lap 24. Tom goes 10.27. Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk Tesla goes 11.07 with his dialing. And Ronnie Mercer 9.11. That means he's got the nitrous on, and there you can see it purging. Well, Ronnie's going to get to the stripe first. What's he got for us? Out by 4.07 to number 3 with 11.14. So James Oliver for Williams Brothers Racing, going alongside AC Bell. The Teenage Dream Dodge. Dialing in 10 flat. Ollie dialing in 9.30. Something about AC's car just looks absolutely bang on. So Ollie, no doubt, will be lifting those front wheels high and could actually break the 60 foot on the back wheels, but we'll see how this one launches. Just about. Ollie goes 9.37 and AC goes 11.99. Ollie goes into number 4, AC goes 14. Wayne Hiscock with the Chevelle, 9.38 dialing, and Warren Watts with that gorgeous Camaro, dialing in 9.03. Warren to the stripe first, 9.14. Wayne goes 10.03. So Warren 8, Wayne 14. Gary Carr 9.03 with second of the Williams Brothers cars in Pro ET. Going alongside Mark Huxley. Can-Do 2 Reborn Corolla, dialing in 10.13, more than capable of hitting it. Still got a massive headwind to contend with today, so the team's making the necessary adjustments. These are big old cars to push through the air. Mind you, Mark Huxley got a slightly easier job as the car's not quite as big, but nevertheless, still got to hit your number. Mark Huxley goes 10.18 or 13 into the number 2 spot. Gary Carr with his left-hand indicator on going up the track there goes 9.15. He goes into number 11. Well, these two had to line up, actually. They really did. 2 white Chevy Novas. I bet that was orchestrated in the pairing lanes. The return of Stu Doiney after what must be 4 years away. Great to have him back. Lovely car. A good look round this last night in the pits. Going alongside Dave Fulton, dialing in 9.50 with his Nova. So Dave's going to get the strike first. It goes 9.63. When he goes 12.32. Will Clark and Lee Morris. Lee. O2's a pair off the line. .983 breakout for Will Clark, just a little bit too quick. 10.10 for Lee Morris, so he slots in at number 9. Right, third car for Williams Brothers Racing. It's the King. Dialing in 10.15. Going alongside Nick Mugridge. Well, Luke went before the tree was activated, unfortunately, so he's going to get no time or speed. So let's see how the King gets on. 10.28 goes to number 14. It's a bit like Noah's Ark racing today, isn't it? They're all going in 2 by 2. We had 2 white Novas, now we've got 2 purple vehicles. You got the truck and the van. Neil Watkins with the Purple Express Dodge pickup, dialing in 11.45. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger, the 4-day van, looking for a 10.20. Oh, 10.19 with a 5 breakout for Dave Cherritt. 11.44 with a 5 breakout by Neil Watkins. Both of them broke out by less than 100th of a second. Oh, and do you know what? It would be very tough to pick. If they had gone the right side of their darlings, they both had 4.455 and then 1.955. So that would have been very tight to split those two up. That would have been on 10,000ths if they'd have gone the right side of their dial-in by 100th instead of the wrong side. But there we go. Marie Mills and Simon Goff. Marie looking for a 10.55. Si with a package. 8.59 his target. 8.57 breakout for Si. Marie the right side, so she goes 17, Si goes 28. Right, Tom Watkins dialing in 9.10 with Doris the Charger, and it is Dan Fulton with the Firebird 10.10. That's what he wants. On his timing slip to match his dial-in. Bounce from Tom Watkins as he left line there. Dan nursing the car to a 14.30 at 72 miles an hour. Darren Law with a wicked lady, 9.0. Just down the corner. What she's doing. Right, we've had 31 cars go through in Pro ET so far. This will be the 32nd. And we've got 2 more to come. So 34 have made it for the first session. Wow. If you're going to break out, do it in style. Broke out by 0.4 of a second there. So that puts Darren on the bump spot. He's going to get bumped out, no question, with this pairing, as you got Dan Holloway and Amy Watkins, 2 of the top guns, if you like, in Modestang Pro ET. Both more than capable of winning events, and of course both have actually done so. Dan Holloway, didn't take you long to settle into this car, did it, with the Rattler? Dialing in 9.20. Amy Watkins with Thunderbird, dialing in 9.60. Let's look at the championship points at the moment. Dan Holloway is number 2 in the points, and Amy is number 3. Number 1 in the points chase, Brett Featherstone. .917 breakout for Dan, a 956 breakout for Amy, but they are both in the field, albeit 30 and 31. So on the outside then is Pete Dodd and Darren Law, but to say, we've still got more qualifying to come. Number 1 after that session is Mason Griffiths, Mark Huxley number 2, John Bean number 3, Andy Garnett number 4. Ollie is number 5 with Bob Molden, Brett Featherstone, Alfie Ratton, Lee Morris and Warren Watts rounding out the top 10. Well, we get ourselves set for Super Pro ET, just a little bit of track prep going on out there. And whilst they're doing, actually, give us a chance to do some birthday messages. And the one that you'll probably hear quite a few times today, it is the celebration of 50 years on planet Earth for Diana McRae. Massive, massive happy birthday to you, Diana. Probably around in the pits somewhere, so we'll have to keep repeating it just to make sure that she does hear it. I believe some celebrations are in order a little bit later on this evening. So Diana, have a fantastic day. First time, I think, that she's actually had a birthday at the racetrack during a race meeting. So many happy returns indeed to Diana. Alan Grimes, happy birthday to you, mate. Bob Massey, it's his birthday today. Amy Johnson, Martin Hallett, bike racer, his birthday today. Pete Wiseman from Nostalgia Superstock, it's his birthday today. Sergio Barbosa, his birthday today. Ingrid Harburg, it's hers. And my future son-in-law, Pete Conway, is his birthday today as well. So even though he's not here, I'm giving him a shout out. There we go. So many, many happy returns to all of those. But it's the Diana McRae one that we're going to be focusing on and keep announcing because she may not hear the initial call, but no doubt she's at a happy place this weekend. That is for sure. Okay, tell you what. Nitro FM just take over the airways for a few minutes and we'll be back with a continuation of qualifying, and it is Super Pro ET that'll be the next class around the corner. Nitro FM. Well, lots of tyre spin and bizarrely looks like tyre shake for Rennie, but Ron goes through with an 8.25 on a 21. 400ths off. And Rennie goes through with a 10.53. Oh, just seen a social media update from Katie Ellis, the start of my last event in Junior Dragster. Oh, Katie, I didn't realise. I thought you might make it through to the end of the season. But, yeah, last event for Katie this weekend. I hope it really goes well. Next pair up then, it is Alan Didwell with the Dragster, and it is Jack Brewster with Just Mustard. Well, those of you, wherever you are in the country, tuned into the live feed, very, very good morning to you. Currently watching Super Pro ET, qualifying session number 1. Steve Bird watching from Australia. Very good morning to you, and to Mick Foster. That's the global reach. Jeff Simmons as well. Alan Dibber goes 7.69 on a 73, breaks out, but Jack Brewster 8.53, 107. That was looking good actually. Got to about half track. 106. 60 foot there for Jack. They've certainly got something to work with there. All right, next up then, Pete Walters. And he's going alongside the van with no name, Dave Russell. So two totally different burnouts there. Pete Walters goes up to the 3:30 marker. And Dave Russell doesn't need to cross the start line when he does his burnout. So basically he will wait until Peter's come back and then Dave does his on the start line. Darlings then, 8.72 for Dave. Pete Walters, 7.62. Celebrated his birthday yesterday. Is he going to continuing those celebrations here today? Number one qualifier would do nicely. Good looking runs a pair. Pete's going to get there first. Goes 7.66 into the number 2 spot. But 8.76 on the 72. Dave Russell goes to number 1. Nicely done, Dave. That's right, it's .0041 between them on the but we've still got quite a few more cars to come round. And there's certainly a window of opportunity of 0.04 of a second between the number 1 spot in qualifying at the moment and getting a perfect ET. How about Kieran Astley with the Joker? Going alongside Callum Swinchat with the King's Topolino. So Kieran, once again, naturally aspirated, did have problems with the turbo and has possibly ditched it for the season now, because you'd have thought they would have tried to get that all sussed out, but no, he's got a very consistent car without the turbo. So LS powered. See how he gets on. That's right, only 0.02 of a second difference between them on Darlings. And 8.97 for Kieran, 8.95 for Callum. That's an 8.91 breakout for Callum, just a bit too quick, but 9.06 for Kieran. He goes to number 4. Just looking at some of the comments on the live stream, there's actually there's loads of people in Australia watching. Very good morning to you. Martin Lewis, can someone please clean the tower camera? Believe it or not, it does get cleaned quite regularly. But if you tune to any of the live stream events here, you know we have a hell of a lot of events here. And obviously, all the debris gets flicked up and covers the camera. You get jet cars that run virtually every weekend. And it's just a very toxic environment for that camera to operate. But I'm looking at the feed, it's actually not that bad. So yeah, keep those messages coming in. So loads of people in Australia. A very, very good afternoon to all of you down there. It's early in the morning here at Sandford Raceway, 10:30 in the morning, so I'm guessing 9:30, 10:30, even 11:30 in the evening in Australia. Next pair, Phil Toppin and Nick Good. Corvette goes 8.75 with the Darling, 6.86 for Nick Good, back in his blown dragster. Oh, 6.87, that's the way to do it. Nick Good goes number 1, just 100th of a second off. Phil Topping goes number 5, 8.80 on an 8.75 Darling, but Nick Good showing them the way to go. Number 1 qualifier at the moment. Keith Blakelock, good morning from New Zealand. I see you keeping your neighbours happy down there. At least somebody's in the UK as well. Morning, Russ. Good morning to you. Right, next up. That must be Sid. Yeah, just backing up after the burnout. Dialing off around 6-6-2. And ball bringing Mark Bailey forward. Thanks, Simon. 7:30 p.m. in Brisbane. We got a little bit out of the time, so I've never been to Australia. I should go. Beautiful part of the world. Some of the nicest people. I know a few Australians. My grandmother was Australian, actually. There we go. Little known fact. So let's see how Martin Jones gets on then. He is actually dialing 6 flat. Mark Bailey with the Barracuda, 876. Well, something comes off Sid's car just after half track, goes 710 at 170. Mark Bailey in at number 6 though, 882, 153. Right, Mark Turner, M&M Racing with the Supra, 799, darling, but not coming back from the burnout. Going alongside Colin Morris, darling, in 887. Well, Mark's still got engine running and he's still got forward motion, just no reverse gear. Wide Awake Club 04 off the line. Always cuts a good light. 887 is his target, goes 894. Not quite what Mark Turner was looking for though, 975. But they'll get that car back to the pit. Certainly have a look at the transmission, see why he didn't get reverse. But nevertheless, car was running A-OK, just not the number they were looking for. Scott Hauser with the Bang Tidy Dragster. Scott currently number 6 in the championship points. So Scott dials 7.39. Still got a few more Super Pro cars to come around the corner, and then it will be Outlaw Anglia. And I know quite a few of our Australian friends will be certainly tuned in for that. Don't forget, next weekend, Dragstalgia, the time when we turn back the clocks. And if you've been following the entries coming in, Scott Hauser launches, just see how Scott gets on. That's not looking too bad at all. Oh, breaks out by less than 100th. Oh, 7:38 with a 4 and a 7:39, darling. Scott Hauser ends up number 13 with that pass, but oh so close. As I was saying, yeah, next weekend, Dragstalgia, a massive entry of our race classes. Outlaw Anglia, one of our big classes for that one. Nostalgia Superstock, though, a staggering 57 cars entered for Nostalgia Superstock. Unbelievable entry from them. 222 teams are booked in to race at Dragstalgia this year. I think that's the biggest entry we've ever had for the event. Mind you, look at this weekend, the Summer Nationals, 305 pre-entered teams for this weekend. Absolutely outstanding. Especially in the current climate that we're in financially. And do you know what? The drag racing family always pulled together, and to have an entry of 300 plus sportsman teams this weekend is outstanding. I mean, it's going to be a long day, but we don't care. Daniel Giles and Billy Gain. Now then, the Giles and Harley Dragster is the one that took the championship last year. Barry and Daniel share the driving of this car. The darling for this one, 7.35. Billy Gain, darling in 8.54 with a Vauxhall. Billy is number 2 in the championship points at the moment. Giles and Harley Dragster doesn't feature in the top 10. So a little bit of a concentration in the Kestrel beer lane. Well, we've got Wayne Power just patiently waiting for his opportunity to run. And then it is going to be our VW classes, VW Sportsman and VW Pro. Following that, will be Super Comp, Street Eliminator. Then 850 bike, 950 bike, ET bike, Comp bike, Super Street bike, Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel bike, Pro Modified, Jet Car, Funny bike, Sportsman ET, Super Gas, Wild Bunch. Yep, a lot of racing to come here today. Obviously qualifying today, eliminations tomorrow. We have a estimated shutdown time of 20 to 7 this evening. I think it might run a little bit longer, but let's just see how it goes. So a little bit of track clean-up in the Kestrel Beer Lane. I'm going to race the vocal cords just for a moment as we say a very good morning to JT on the old balcony there. Good morning, sir. And we'll give the airwaves to Nitro FM. We will see you shortly when we continue qualifying here at the STP Summer Nationals. 6.69 at 102 at the 8th. And Wayne goes through the quarter, 10.58 at 124. Right, on to VW Sportsman. What a massive entry from them this weekend. And don't forget, in, what are we now, 3 weeks' time, it is Bug Jam. And a huge, huge entry from VW Pro and VW Sportsman, as you would expect. First pair is the Brioche Boy. The Loco Polo dialing in 12.75, going alongside Justin Foley with 14.95 with the Golf that is cunningly disguised as an Audi TT. Well, Dan's going to get there first. 12.75 is the target. 12.76 with a 7. Nicely done. Justin goes 15.52. So, Dan is the man to catch now. Phil Jones, Connor Jones. Audi A3 from Phil. Connor in the Beetle. Dialing's end 15.05, plays 20 seconds flat. Phil goes through with a 14.53. That's a big old breakout, nearly half a second. That's right, just over half a second. Let's see what Connor's got. 20.22. He's the right side. Goes into number 2. Paul Robinson, Audi TT. He's up next, going alongside John Gallant with the Sirocco. 17.8. His dial-in. Oh, nice 01 light there for Paul. So 14.62 is the dial-in. Let's see how close. 14.77, 1500ths off. 17.80, the target for John, goes 19.16. So Paul goes 5, John goes 4. Jerry Sadler with the Beetle, 16.20. And Nigel Gregson with the Skoda Octavia, 15.45. So Jerry goes 15.91. That's a breakout by 300s, but Nigel Gregson, the right side, 16.23. Slots in at number 4. Steve Stone and Emma Sadler, your next pair. Emma Sadler, the Black Beetle, Candy Queen. Give me a shout out and get all of my sweet treats from us. And the Facebook page also stocking Love Local Hub Shop in Milton Keynes Shopping Centre. Ah, didn't know that. So Steve Stone looking for 15.70, gets 15.61 breakout, but Emma Sadler, 17.02, goes to number 5. And Emma very, very kindly indeed did drop up some lovely sweeties for everybody in the tower. Problem is they look rather nice, and they're not going to go much further than the commentary box, but they are supposed to be sharing up here. Very nice indeed. So Emma, many thanks indeed. Your next pair, Tom Circuit, with the Lupo, and Nigel Coulson with the Leon. $18.31 and 14 flat are the Darlings. $14.52 is the number from Nigel, and 2017 for Thomas. So Nigel goes 3, Thomas goes 8. So just reiterating Emma Sadler's Sweets there. That's a shop in the hub in Milton Keynes, and you can get all of her sweet treats on her Facebook page. So well done. That's the Candy Queen. Steve Metcalf with Blue Steel VW Baja. 16.7 the Darling, and Darren Walsh. Mark 1 Golf GTI. Cracking car back in the day. Still a cracking car now. Had the pleasure of driving a few of those back in the day. $16.99 for Steve Metcalf goes to number 4, but $17.06 goes to number 3. So well done, Darren Walsh. Next up, Martin Ayton with the son of Homer's Revenge, the Polo, and Mark II Golf of Andrew Banbrick, looking for $13.45. $13.62, nicely done. Into the number 2 spot. Martin 80 goes $15.95, but it was the 01 light he'll be rather pleased with. Though it doesn't mean anything qualifying, it's still good to try and cut a good light. Puts fear amongst your fellow competitors. How about John Crawford? $15.07. Morgan Wilson, 17.90. Had a perfect ET back at the VW Drag Day. So the Craw Dog, 15.07. What's he got for us? 15.51. Let's look at the other side. 18.09. So John Crawford 8, but it is. Emmy goes to number 3. Lottie Bradford and Lawrence Clark. The Thunderbug looking for 13.70, and Lottie looking for 18.30. $14.23. Lottie goes 18.04. That's a breakout. Lawrence is the right side, goes in number 10. All right, Polly Judge and Laurie Anslow. Can I please have Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes. $16.50 for Laurie, $16.24 for Polly. So Polly goes 8, Laurie goes number 14. I do believe that was the last pair in VW Sportsman, so it's now VW Pro. Looks like Phil Blogg with the caddy down there. But just a little bit of a concentration on the start line as we get ready for our next classes. Right, let's have a quick look, see how we're doing on the run order. It's going to be Super Comp after VW Pro, and we've just called Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes. After that, it will be the turn of our bikes with 850, 950, ET bike and comp bike. So 100 bikes there or thereabouts booked in for this weekend's event. Absolutely staggering bike entry. Well done to them. So the debt collector caddy for Phil Blogg. 12 flat is the dial-in. Oh, 1164. Massive breakout there for Phil. Well, just a little bit of a minor clean-up, if you like, in the Castrol beer lane. That'll probably take another 10 or 15 seconds and that'll be done. In actual fact, it was less than that. They're hopping over the wall now, so that's good. So we look at our next pair then. Ian Dale with the strip burner, going alongside Jonathan Newell with the Lagster Seat Cupra. And goes 1267, 1369 there for Jonathan. Graham Fairhead with the Misfit up next. Going alongside Jacob Bailey with the Jet R. 995 the target for Jacob. Graham looking for 11.20. $11.35 plays a 10.20. Graham Fairhead though. Okay, do not adjust your sound. This is sound with the current Sing Beetle of 10.0. $122 miles, and they're still well and truly in the phase of this vehicle. You need to go and have a look in the pits, and that is an absolute engineering masterpiece and a work of art at the same time. Fantastic machine. Right, Lukey boy, Luke Stevenson, running in VW Pro this weekend with the dragster, going alongside James Hodson. Now then, Luke dialing in 8.50. James Hodson 10.8. Luke building up the boost, off he goes. James might get there first. He does with a 10.75. 8.56 from Luke. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 856, 154. Not only that, he's #1 qualifier. Well done, Luke. James Hodson goes 10.75. It was a breakout, actually, for James. And 500's too quick. Right, Jake Fronder. Audi TT going alongside Charlie Roberts. With the 5 up. You really do need to go and have a look at the front of this car. It's just whatever they couldn't fit into the engine bay is hanging out the front. But then the up wasn't exactly designed for a 5-pot engine and all the intercoolers and everything that he's managed to squeeze in there. So Charlie goes 11.69 on a 60 dial-in. Goes into the #2 spot. And 12.13 from Jake Fonda. Goes #7. Right, on now to Super Comp. Be Faster Super Comp. Title sponsor of the class. And this is Alan Schofield with the Dragster. And it's Steve Hudson with the intravenous Ford Model T. .90, the name of the game here. It's a class where they all run to the same number. Good lights from both of them. Who's closest? 8.97, Steve Hudson. 9.13, Alan Schofield. So, Steve Field then. Blackpink 2. And oh, so good to see Simon Fulton back in the Falcon. Trials and tribulations of his season so far. But fingers crossed for Si. He'd be happy with an A to B, but knowing Simon, he'd be happy with an A to B with an 8.9 something. Steve Field, well, he'll probably go 8.4 or something like that, but there we go, let's have a look. Oh, he's not going to get anything, unfortunately. He ran between before the tree ran. So let's see, Simon Fulton, come on. 10.28, 142, but the car's working. Yes, okay, I know what you mean, mate, definitely. Relief, I think. Right, Daryl Howes. Who's he got for company? Somebody did a burnout underneath the sun, waiting for it to come forward. There it is. It's Richard Tunstall. And of course, next weekend, Dragstalgia, you've got the likes of Daryl Howes and Steve Field and that. Going to be part of the Wild Bunch. An enormous entry from them. And if you haven't booked your tickets for Dragstalgia yet, get online, because that is going to be one heck of a weekend. 3 days of nostalgia racing. How it used to be, and there's some great cars and great teams. There'll be great entertainment. You name it, it's all thrown in. It'll be an awesome, awesome weekend. 9.41 for Daryl Howes, but 8.99 for Richard Tunstall. So Rich goes #2. Daryl goes #4. Daryl's car breathing quite heavy as it went into the shutdown area. Hope everything is okay. Have a track check just to make sure. So they are having a look in closer detail because they have a look at the car when they come around the corner. But actually, just double checking further. Actually, Daryl's actually stopped just past the finish line. So going to be a retrieval. It's already hooked up to the quad, so that won't take long to pull around the corner. Our track crew just checking everything out as well. So fingers crossed for Daryl. Hope the car is a-okay, but unable to clear the track under his own power. Leia Khalett up next with Dolly Daydream. Well, car's capable of running 890s all day long. Pete knows how to tune that car to run it. Leia knows how to drive it to run the numbers. But only a maximum of 3 qualifying runs today. So got to get the job done early. Oh, 6 on the tree. Big throttle stop. 901. Good enough for number 3. All right, can I have an 850 bike into the pairing lanes, please? 850 bike. Can we have you into the lanes, please, as we look at Paul Hudson with the Pension Pot Dragster. This will be the last car in Super Comp for this session. It'll be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator up next. Looking at various people joining into the live stream. Simon Prest is watching. Good morning, Simon. Looking forward to seeing you next weekend with the Rocket. Racing in Gas, another one of the classes at Dragstalgia. So, Paul Hudson, your opportunity to take the number 1 spot if you can go between 890 and 897. And he does, 896. So Paul Hudson, he's your number 1 qualifier after the first session of Super Comp. So next class then, Street Eliminator, to be followed by 850 bike, and then it'll be 950 car, NET bike and com bike. Now then, 850 bike, 23 bikes pre-entered for 850 bike this weekend. A staggering number of bikes, fantastic achievement from them. We have had a couple withdraw. One's dropped to 950 and one of them had to actually pull out completely, but still leaves us 21 bikes in 850. And take my hat to all of you. Well done. Massive entry in 850 bike this weekend. So just a little bit of prep out there as we get ready for Street Eliminator. It'll take moments. Gives me a chance to say next weekend, obviously, Dragstalgia. Get your tickets, get booked in. There's 3 days up here at the pod. One of the best events of the year. After that, well, 2 weeks after that, it'll be Bug Jam. And just check onto Santa Pod's website for all your tickets and all the information about the event. The weekend after that, it is the Mopar Euronat, so another phenomenal event. There's loads of stuff coming on the pod. Get your tickets booked, get to the event, get to the track, and guaranteed brilliant racing and great entertainment. You name it, it's all here. So here we go then, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. As we get ready for them, can I have 950 bike into the lanes, please? 950 bike. Right, first up then, it is the truck of Nigel Hale, but driven by Ricky Hale. Going alongside Nick with the Mercedes. Now, I know Ricky's driven the truck before, but I think it's his first time driving it on track. So, best of luck with the run here for Ricky. So Nick goes through with a 1067, 1166 there for Ricky. All right, next up then it is Paul Morton, the mortified Zodiac. And it's Tony Higgs with the Capri. Triggers Broom. Well, very good morning to Jenny and, of course, Katie as well. Jenny down on the start line, Katie watching from somewhere. Oh, Tony Higgs launched like it. Well, you know what I mean? It just went, but just a little bit of tyre slip. Still goes through 177 miles an hour for Tony, goes 837. Paul Morton, though, 902 at 148. Oh, so close to the 8s on his first run today. Outstanding. Ash Cooper with the Transit van. That's mid-9s. Phenomenal performance from the Transit van. And how about Mark Sheridan with the Cuda? An absolute work of art, that car. Well, nice run there for Mark Sheridan. Goes 870 at 160 miles an hour. 961, 144 there for Ash Cooper. So Mark Sheridan, now the tuning can really start. Good A to B, actually. Fair enough, 870, 160. All right, next up then, Al Mack with the Volvo and Andy Bond with the Ugly Sister. Number 1 and number 2 in the points chase. Andy Bond goes 734 at 205, but Al Mack 766. 181 mile an hour. All right, entertaining run from those two, but both safely round the corner. Okay, ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please. ET Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Well, the lanes are full of bikes, and first up it will be 850 Bike. Still got another Street Eliminator car to come though. And this is Elliot Day. Dave's shrugging his shoulders going, oh, what's going on? That looked and sounded like Drive It Like You Stole It burn out there from Elliot. And why not? What was that he's going? What was that? Right, so Elliot Day, what's he got for us then with the 33 Willis? Building up the boost, going to bump it into stage. Nicely away, nicely feathered on the throttle, but he off the gas just after the 330. Gets a number on the board though, 14.15 at just 47 mile an hour. Well done, Elliot. Not quite sure what the backstory is behind that, but it was the story that was in front of us was quite good. Right, time for two-wheeled action then. It's 850 Bike. I tell you what, whoever wins 850 Bike this weekend has well and truly earned it. As I say, 23 of them booked in. 21 we know are going to be putting qualifying passes in. Right, first up then, for Warp Speed, it's Margot Piggott, and unfortunately I don't know who's in the other lane. At 51. Oh boy, this is going to be entertaining. 851 and 857 for the first pair in 850 Bike. Oh boy, this is going to be so tight. I've got a feeling that was Keith Wright, but I need to double check on that that last bike. Oh no, it's Keith Wright on this one. So no, it wasn't Keith, obviously. Right, next pair, Patrick Rawnsley. Kestrel Beer Lane, and there is the aforementioned Keith Wright. He's in the Autoglim lane. The aim of the game then, as you know, is 850. Bit of a bucking bronco there for Keith, going up and down, and eventually he decides, no, not enough of that. 921 for Patrick, 160. And Keith Wright posts across the line at the 1382. Thanks, Lisa Morris, for the update on one of the 850 Bike races that's not competing this weekend. Paul Morris had a fight with his milling machine and lost. Ouch. So Joe Elliott Let's see what he's got for us. $875, 154. All right, Jazz Cordell. Bike lost fire after the burnout, but got it started. Let's see what Jazz has got for us then. Has the track to herself. Yeah, Jazz did the right thing actually. She knew the bike was veering left. She didn't try and correct it and pull the bike back into her own lane, so she just let it drift across the centre line. She knew she was on the solo. Definitely the right thing to do there. Well done, Jazz. So obviously no time and speed recorded. She'll get another go later on. All right, J. Rowe and Paul Adams, your next pair. J. Rowe, number one in the points chase at the moment. So 8.55, J. Rowe goes into the number 2 spot. Nicely done. How about Al Morrison and Ian Critchlow, your next pair? Well, pretty much side by side, these two. So look at the stripe. Hey, number 1 qualifier, Ian Critchlow, 8.50. With a 4. Al Morrison goes 8.59. He slots in at number 5, but new number 1 qualifier. Can I please have Comp Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Bike, let's have you come down, please. Next up, Lewis Burgess, Steve Howe. So that's 9 bikes. Put numbers on the board so far. Not even halfway through. Just missed the blocks there, my goodness me. Well done, Lewis. Steve Howe goes through with an 8.47. He's the first to break out, i.e. go under the 8.50 index. Lewis Burgess, though, 11.27, but I think he did actually cross the centre line, but that will need to be clarified. Right. Andy Haley and the side chick machine from Dan Luckett. Well, Dan's away first, and he's closing in. All about the numbers, though. That's the important bit. Dan goes 8.55 to number 3. Andy goes 8.59 to number 6. So top 7 all in the 8.50s. Craig Wright and Martin Hallett, the next pair. .844 breakout there for Craig, way too quick, and 8.69 there for Martin. Stacey Reed, Johnny Hines. Stacey Reed, number 2 in the points. Johnny, number 3. So not only is the biggest bike entry from 850 for many, many a year, perhaps ever, but it's all about championship points as well as race wins and everything. Unfortunately, Jonathan's got a problem. He's backed out of the run. Stacey powers it all the way through to 891, 151. It's a 10:36. Alex Gordon and Josh Stubbins, your next pair. Another good matchup. 863 for Alex, goes number 8. 901 for Josh, goes 13. Right, that's 19 bikes so far in 850. This is the 20th. Gary Malone, one of the Time Chasers bikes. Good looking run, straight and true. 872 into number 10 with that one. So that's 20 bikes that have qualified in round 1 of 950. There's only one more bike I was expecting, so process elimination, we'll work out who that one is a bit later on. Right, 950 bike. Brad Head was supposed to be an 850, but unfortunately didn't get all the bits he needed in time, so he slipped back to 950. Going alongside Andy Head. And every time Brad comes around, I've got to say a massive shout out to Hayley Hadfield. Hayley, I know you'll be tuned in somewhere along the line. A massive, massive shout out. Huge hugs. Lots of love from everybody here. Andy Head goes 951. Brad, 1006. Rob Stanley, Rick Sawatsky, your next pair. And what we've got here, 963 for Rick goes number 2. Rob Stanley goes 1001 to slot in at number 3. Maisie Jane, ridden by the man for Market Raisin, Steve Jackson. He's in the Kestrel Beer Lane going alongside Dion Hartley, the man from Watford. So Dion gets there first with a 972, number 3, and Steve Jackson number 6 with a 1056. Dave Hall on the artist, and it's Carl Thomas. Carl is in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Dave Hall is in Autoglim. So 962 for Carl, 965 for Dave. So they go 3 and 4. A very, very welcome return for Brett Cordell. He's back. A bit of a, well, quite an incident he's had earlier on this year, where the bike basically stood up on the rear tail light and threw him off. But Brett's made of strong stuff, and he put some great passes yesterday, and here he is back. Qualifying in a 950 bike. Went 964, I think, yesterday. What's he got for us this morning? 992, 143, but he's back. And I'm absolutely delighted that Brett back in competition once again. Super Street Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike. And if I could have that previous message back up, obviously the Super Street Bike one overrode it, so there was a message, I think it was a car that needed moved. I was just about to read it out and it disappeared, so hopefully we'll get that message back. Right, Phil Pratt and Patrick Linnaeus. It is ET Bike, round 1. So it's the Darling Classes ET Bike. Phil looking for 907, Patrick looking for 1140. So Phil goes 917, he's a 10th off. And Patrick can be a fair distance off, actually. He don't have problems off the line. So, Roxalvin Augusta from the Netherlands, 9.10, the Darling. And Michelangelo Burley from Ridderkerk. I have no idea what that is, but he's also dialing in 9.10. So let's see who can get closer to 9.1. It's Michelangelo who goes 9.12, and he takes number 1 spot there. Breakout for Roxalvin there, 905. But good matchup between those two. Travis Mariet from the Netherlands. It's his second visit of the year to us, actually. Going alongside Carl Hester. So dialing then for Travis, 877. Carl is 1090. Well, Travis definitely getting there first. Goes, breaks out. 868 on a 77. Actually, bizarrely, he's actually going to be quite pleased with that, because that's one of his quickest ever runs. But breaks out by nearly a 10th. Carl Hester goes 1321. Would like to be a bit nearer his dialing than that. So Patrick Delange from the Netherlands looking for 990, and we got Gary Hester 8.8. Well, full use of the wheelie bars from the Katana in the Castrobere lane. Goes 9.18. Patrick 990 Darling, 936 on the run. That's a massive breakout. So Matt Jones on High Lonesome, looking for 9 flat, and there is Scott Collier for Jade Racing, 9.60. Love Scott's onboard shots he does with these cameras. Now then, yesterday he had him on the handlebars, probably on the same spot today. Both away well. .942 plays 966 for Scott. Matt Jones goes number 5, but Scott number 2. Jack Hartley, 10.05, the man from Dagenham on the Buell. And Michael Gooding, 9.10, his target. Big Cobb bike after ET bike. Problems there for Jack. Just takes it over towards the wall. Still under power though. Michael Gooding goes through with a 921. 11.45 there for Jack. Can I please have Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator. Let's have you into the pairing lanes. Your next pair is Justin Moulton and Peter Harrison. Well, motorbike racing is mainly contested on Suzuki's, but here we got the Kawasaki ZX-9R and you got the Ducati from Peter Harrison. Just goes to show that there is a mix of machinery out there. So 11 flat is the target, 11.12 is the run. Peter Harrison, not too bad at all. Justin eventually gets across the line in 1943. That was the ET, not the year. Right, can I please have Top Fuel Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Top Fuel Bike, can we have you into the lanes, please? All right, Jake Bowden. He's in the Autoglim lane going alongside Alan Davis on the Suzuki GSX. He wants 11.89. Jake wants 11.98. Well, a startled Jake as he left the line. The front wheel wanted to go up instead of forward. Still goes 12.08. 12.52 there for Alan Davis. So Jake goes 4. Alan goes 9. All right, birthday boy from yesterday, Dave Grundy, going alongside Will Pickering. So Dave, 10.52. Number of choice for him on the Triumph. And Will wants 11.30 for the Kawasaki. So Dave 10.52 gets 10.74 and Will goes 12.23 on that 11.30. So the Reds go racing and it's Anna looking for a 9.50 and it's Robbie Dobby on the Super Penguin 10.30. You can see Robbie pushing himself off the line and cracking 0.7 light. 9.53 from Anna though, she goes number 2. Breakout there for Robbie goes 10.23 on a 10.30. But the Rents go racing and the Rents go to number 2. Right, these two used to fight it out big time in junior drag bike, but here they are in ET bike. It's Liam Holgate and Blade King. $9.79 for Liam, 1100s off. Blade goes 12.86 on 11.87. So Liam goes 7, Blade goes 14. Still got loads and loads of bikes tucked round the corner. Currently ET bike, then we've got comp bike after that, and then it'll be super street bike. And I can see Comp Eliminator in the lanes as well. Top Fuel Bike have just been called. Very, very good morning of qualifying here at Santa Pod for the STP Summer Nationals. Been exceptional so far. Problem there, just been pushed back. Not quite sure why, unfortunately. But I think this could be the last of the... oh no, been taking his crash out off, so maybe not able to make the run. Oh, shame. Right, okay, we move on to comp bike. Oh, that was Alfie Aldale actually, that couldn't take the run there with the Harley Davidson. Maybe next time round it'll all work well. So we move on to comp bike then. Chris Neary and Jordan Kenway. Good looking run for Chris. Goes 8.11. Nicely done, Chris. Jordan goes 9.51. This is comp bike. Graham Dance and Len Padgett up next. Very good morning to Kaz down there. Oh, problems there for Graham. So let's see how Len gets on. Good looking run. 8.32, 137. Did actually click it off just after half track. But problem there for Graham, not quite sure what happened. Yeah, neither does Graham, unfortunately, so they'll get that bike back to the pits, have a look at it, and hopefully make it back round for another qualifier a bit later on. Can I please have Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Motorsport UK Pro Modified, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, Mick Wynyard on the Suzuki, and hold on tight. Here we go, Sean with a Looney Tunes Hayabusa. How deep into the sixes can Sean go? $122 for the 60. Can't get his feet on the pegs though, and he's drifted to the centre line. He's having to feather the throttle, unfortunately. Goes 8.15 and clicked it earlier, 114, and 8.08 at 175. But Sean has been into, well into the sixes on that machine. But yeah, just drifting to the centre line. He had to feather the throttle. He couldn't keep the power on all the way through, otherwise he would have crossed. Right, Paul Hambidge and John McClane Sr. One of the best presented bikes you'll likely see at a racetrack, actually. John McClane and that machine, it just looks so sharp. Paul Hambidge gets there first with a 7.76. Nicely done, Paul, into the number one spot. And 8.63 for John McClane, 154. Right, Leo Lester on the Busa. Didn't have the best of time in testing yesterday, but thank goodness the bike wasn't wounded, and has managed to get it all back and ready for today. Aswin Lenoble up next in the Kestrel Lane. Was booked into running pro stock, but has had to move over to Cobb Bike. So Leo Lester powers on through to an 8.46, 174. Good speed at the stripe there for Leo. And issues there for Aswin, just coasting towards the stripe there. Right, so a little bit of track prep going on now as we get ready for Super Street Bike, I think is our next class. Indeed it is. You can see him tucked around the corner. That'll be followed by Comp Eliminator, Top Fuel Bike, and then Pro Modified. So give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2 whilst the tractor and the track crew do their thing. And we'll take it back with the continuation of qualifying here at the STP Summer Nationals at the home of European drag racing's Sanapod Raceway. bike. And what a first pairing. Danny Lenks and Dave Smith. Dave Smith, right lane, not Dave Thomas. So what has Danny Lenks got for us then? It was outstanding in testing yesterday. 4 6 8s in a row. Oh, problems for Dave off the line, but let's see what Danny's got for us. 121.60, 453. Look at this, 678, 217 miles an hour. Shots fired on the first pairing. Outstanding 678 with a 6, 217.16. Dave Smith coast through with a 12.26 at 195. Well, he wasn't coasting, was he? Just had not the best leave off the line, but certainly got the speed in the bike. But well done, Danny Lenks. Right there, Mark Hope, Mark Dainty. Mark's been down in the 7-1s. Mark Dainty, that is. Mark Hope. He's got to be thinking about 6s sooner or later. It's getting closer and closer all the time. Oh, Mark Dainty, big wheel stand off the line. So it's all about Mark Hope. 751, 194 miles an hour. It's got the speed that didn't have the ET to match it, unfortunately. And Mark Dainty coasting across the line, 15.32. Steve Wood, Steve Venables. Well, Steve, another one of these bikes. Well, we've had 3 bikes that have been into the 6-7s, and Steve is one of them. Oh, straight down Broadway for Steve Venables, but has it got it? 687. Good 220 mile an hour at the stripe there. Steve Wood, unfortunately, just as the tree was going, he basically just leapt forward. So run aborted there for Steve, unfortunately. So 30 Martina going alongside Rodolfo Maduro. Rodolfo trying to get the bike to go into neutral, then he can put it into first. Yeah, yes, he's got the right gear now. Good stuff. Bit of a tank slapper for Rodolfo, unfortunately, but certainly okay, but not going flat out across the stripe, unfortunately. Goes 120 mile an hour at 992, and Rodolfo 1031 at 154, but the 60 foot from Rodolfo tells a story there. 2.11. The bike was fishtailing all the way up to 60 foot. Right, Gary Bowe and Ross Morrison, your next pair. So Ross Morrison, another one of these machines, oh so close to going into the 60s. Gary Bowe has been there. Oh, side by side, great looking run there. Oh, Gary looks like he's just had to feather the throttle a bit, but 7:09 for Ross Morrison, 203 miles an hour. Gary came off the gas early there, 7:55 at 1:63. Can I have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike. Right, next up for Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike, it is Alan Morrison going alongside Steve Mead. Calm before the run. They're both into pre-stage now. Building up the res, building up the boost. Here we go. Both of them in the 1-2s to 60 foot. It's going to be Alan Morrison to the stripe first with a 7:22, 195. Steve Mead goes 7:42, 174. But one thing that these riders are dealing with today, as is everybody to be fair, is we've got quite a headwind. When you see some of the shots of the top end gantry, you can see those wind turbines rotating quite nicely at the end there, and it is a direct headwind. Better than a crosswind though. Right, next up, Jake Michelle. If this bike could back half as well as it front halves, then goodness knows what this bike can run. But Jake off the line with a 121.60, and he goes 6.86 at 211 miles an hour. Jake goes into the number 2 spot. So unsurprising to see the top three. Danny Lenk 6.78, Jake 6.86, Ben in the 6.8s as well. They have been the story of Super Street Bike this season. Here we go then. Trackworks Comp Eliminator. Some extra money on the table once again from the Williams Brothers Speed Shop. 150 quid to the winner, and number 1 qualifier gets 50 quid. EDA, which is Engine Data Analysis, 80 quid for the winner, 40 quid for the runner-up. BSI Transport, 150 for the winner, and 50 quid for the runner-up. And Pro Race Engineering are offering 50 quid to the winner and a voucher worth £600 for the champion at the end of the season. Spencer Tram, Nick Williams. The indexes for these two, 11.55 for Spencer, 11.40 for Nick. Go as far under as they can, 11.19 and 11.07. So Spencer goes number 1, Nick number 2. We'll have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please. Sportsman ET. Right, number 1 in the points chase, Dan Williams. We have the Williams Brothers Racing Chevelle going alongside Kev Jenkins with the Escort. Well, the Escort goes deep into the 7s now. Dan sometimes dips into the 9s with this Chevelle. Say Dan is your points leader. Big wheels up launch there for Dan. Oh, Kev's smoking a little bit as he approaches the stripe. Still goes 776. Dan goes 10.03 and into the number 1 spot. Kev goes into number 4. But nevertheless, 776. Nice run. All right, Dave Suicide Smith with the Jag. Power flow exhaust. Oops. Right, index for Dave then, 745. Nice hard straight launch using the wheelie bar to full effect. 768, 177. Nice opener. So good to see the 55 shoebox of Rennie Erichman making the trip over from Switzerland. Going alongside Robin Orthodoxu with Willie Eat Coyote, the Chaos Brothers altered. 745 index again for Robin, and 802 for Rennie. A altered then of Robin Orthodoxy, the C Nitrous altered of Rennie Erichman. So Rennie can really mix it up here actually. He's got an index of 802. Mix it up indeed he has. 749 at 180. Rennie goes to number 1. Robin goes 713 on that 745 index. Goes to number 5. So yeah, Rennie, number 1 qualifier with the shoebox Chevy. All right, let's get it real loud then. It is Top Fuel Bike. Rene Vanderberg down there. And it's Al Smith directly below me as we get ready for round 1 qualifying for Banks Nightclub Top Fuel Bike, and Steve Woolak in the lanes. After Top Fuel Bike, it will be Pro Modified. So a different way of doing their burnout routines. Rene does his burnout across the start line and gets pushed back. Al Smith doesn't even start his engine until Rene is virtually back across the start line, does a short burnout. That end result is they meet at the start line at the same time. So the PBR rocket of Al Smith, and it is Rene Vandenberg. He is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Al is in the Autocam lane. They're both into pre-stage. Top Fuel Bike, Q1. It's all about Al Smith with this one. 6.15, 196 miles an hour. You can see Al moving his body weight all over the bike to keep it on the straight and narrow. And the bizarre thing about that is he was doing it before the bike even moved. So Al Smith, great riding job. Rene goes through with a 1650 at just 46 miles an hour. Despite a 105 60 foot, but Al Smith 101 to 60 foot, 390 at 187 at the 8th, and 615 196 at the stripe. Nicely done, Al. Straight obviously into the #1 spot. Can he hold on to it? I can't see Neil Midgley down there at all. So he was running the bike yesterday in testing, but hasn't made the call this morning, so try and get an update on that one a little bit later on. But here comes Steve Wallach on the dealer. So Steve Wallach burnout completed and brings the bike up to the line then. Had so many years experience on this machine. Numerous event wins and championships. He knows how to ride this bike. Well, hardly any forward momentum whatsoever there. Just leading the bike out now. Oh, very bizarre that one. It went for the launch. Steve did everything right, but the bike just did not want to move and rolled about, what, 10 feet forward. So get that one back to pits and check out what actually happened. But that'll have it sussed. Good team. All right, next up then it is the Pro Mods for Mosport UK. Got 8 cars booked in this weekend. Nick Davis, Jean Delamont, Wayne Nicholson, Andy Robinson, Kev Slyfield, Michelle Turin, Bobby Wallace and John Webster. And many thanks indeed to Robin Jackson, got all of their PBs here as well. So if anybody goes quicker than they ever have done before, I've got all of their numbers to update you with. First pairing should be John Webster and Bobby Wallace. They are ahead of the lanes. Good morning to everybody all around Europe that's tuned into the coverage from Santa Pod Raceway for the STP Summer Nationals this weekend. I know a lot of people follow the Pro Mod scene with a huge amount of interest. And always like to see what the numbers being run here are. So Bobby Wallace with the Camaro. At the main event this year went 595 at 245 miles an hour. Well, a few people I know that will be tuned in. Dick Costa from Netherlands, and I'm sure my sparring partner Darryl Bradford will be tuned in at some stage. I know he's looking after the family this weekend, hence that's why I'm here and he's not. But then the national finals, Darryl will be covering that event, and I shall be the spectator. So morning mate, I hope you're keeping well, hope the kids have been good. I hope Kelly's having a good time. Can I please have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Tony Morris Carburettors, Super Gas. Let's have you in the lanes. Oh, morning to Dave Wilson. Sorry, Dave Gibbons. Well, morning Dave Wilson as well. But Dave Gibbons, I know he's tuned into the coverage as well. So, Bobby Wallace then. What has he got for us in Q1? Second flat to 60 foot. Bobby's driving it for all it's worth. 616, 238. It was weaving around its lane a little bit there. Let's have a look. 408 at 185 to the 8th. Would like to see something in the threes, obviously, to really parlay it into a super quick run, but not a bad opener though. 616, 238 for Bobby Wallace. Right, Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil Corvette. So well done to the Wallace family. Going to collect Bobby from the top end as our gaze is diverted down to the start line. Wayne Nicholson, burnout all done, and it's all over to the crew now. Get the car run ready. Right, so Wayne Nicholson for Lucas Oils, the Lucky Devil Vet. What's he got for us? Oh, great driving from Wayne. 103 to 60 foot. Power all the way through to a 630 at 229 miles an hour. Again, a fraction loose, but the car eventually hunkered down and got going. 6:30.229. But they've got consistency with that car now, which had been plaguing them before. And they've certainly got something to work with. So well done to Wayne, the whole team. Right, next round then. John Webster with Fast Company, and it is Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird. Great long smoky bun out there for John Webster, just making sure that those tyres are very warm indeed. Shorter burnout for Kev Slyfield with the Thunderbird. The Blown Bird, as the team call it. But Kev, a regular in the 5-second zone. And John Webster, would love to see him in the 6.1s. He's as a best of 6.20, but new bits making their way into this car in the pursuit of performance, lower ETs, higher terminal speeds, and obviously reliability as well. Car built by John himself. So your next pair then, John Webster and Kev Slyfield. 652, 185 from Kev, 0.99 to the 60 foot, but the car again moving around its lane. Kev, if he pedalled it, it was very fractional, but managed to settle the car down, but not the performance they were looking for. 652. John Webster, 730, 198, was drifting over to the wall on the left-hand side, but again, kept his foot in it, not completely buried, but still crossed the line at 198 miles an hour, and he got there in 7.3 seconds. Next up there, Nick Davis. Looks like he's got the track to himself. No, tell a lie, there is a pair. Didn't see the other one sneaking around. Oh, it's Michelle Turenne with the Plymouth. Well, Nick Davis has got this car into the 5.8s. He did that at the main event. Car did a 5.874. He's knocking on the door, 250 miles an hour as well. Michelle went 243 mile an hour at the Festival of Power this year, the first event of the year, and that was the first event that Michelle had raced at for quite a while. So the turbo car of Nick Davis, the blown car, Michelle Turenne. Well, it is Nick Davis that takes the #1 spot in Pro Modified, 6:11 at 236, despite staging deep. Michelle Turenne had to drive for all he was worth on that one then. Again, the car moving around its lane, 6:44 at 200 and 33. Well, the story, actually, of round one Pro Mod, no Andy Robinson. He didn't make the call. And no Jean Delemont either. So only 6 cars out of 8 here put runs in Q1. So, unfortunately, I have no idea why the other 2 didn't appear. So we'll probably get an update on that, and we'll relay that information to you. But congrats to number 1 qualifier then. Nick Davis heads the pack. Right, jet car time. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. And when we return to pairings for qualifying, it will be Funny Bike will be the next class to take to the track. But it is Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Just getting set into position. Well, good to see a healthy crowd here today, actually. A very good afternoon to you on the grandstands. Hope you're having a good time out there. Some great sportsman racing this weekend. And, of course, a very good afternoon to you all on the banking over there. I hope you're all okay over there. Nice breeze to keep you cool, despite the outside temperature being in the 20s. So, very pleasant day here. And all those naysayers saying it was going to be flooded out and goodness knows what coming out of the sky. You're wrong. I love it when that happens. I really do. Yeah, we're all watching the weather radar, and well, everybody discusses it and stuff like that. But the only other we're interested in is the one that's actually here at this precise moment, and it's not too bad at all. Headwind for our racers to contend with does hurt the ETs and the speeds a bit. And if you look at the speed of those wind turbines rotating at the moment, look at the flags on the lampposts as well. You can see they're fluttering in the wind as well. So, yeah, quite a stiff breeze out there. It's not gale force or anything like that, but it will have an effect on the speeds and the ETs. Not so much a problem for the heads-up classes, but if you've got to try and dial your car or bike in, you have to take the headwind into consideration. Right, can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Junior Dragster, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? And that means if I've called Junior Dragster, they are the first class to take to Q2. So that means in the lanes we've already got Funny Bike, Sportsman ET, Supergas and the Wild Bunch. Here we go then. Martin Hill, Fire Force, number 3. For sheer entertainment and a low 6, possibly a 5-second pass coming up. So the support transit van moves out the way of Martin, and Richie now conducts the fire show from Martin Hill. Richie keeps giving Martin instructions, but Martin never ever seems to follow them. So as Richie gives Martin the signal to wind up the turbine on fire force number 3. Can you hear me? So with the turbine wound up even more, the pops and bangs get fiercer and louder. So give Richie a wave, and the more you wave at Richie, the faster generally Martin goes. Opens the throttle all the way up, release the brakes and off he goes. Richie gets blown away. Martin clicks it to a 637 at 216 miles an hour. And it's not very often that Richie gets blown away, but he did on that one. Nicely done. Martin Hill and Fire Force number 3, 637 216. Right, so as we rearrange the tower, as that was quite a violent one from Martin Hill, all the stuff that sort of moved around, we're just going to have to put it all back into position. But luckily nothing fell on the floor, so we're good up here. Okay, so it is the continuation of qualifying then for the STP Summer Nationals. It's going to be Funny Bike, the next class. They're all lined up in the lanes. I can see Lorcan with the Storm Bike there. I can see Dave Peters with the Rigger Boot Express. And obviously I can see Sportsman ET. They are tucked round at the corner as well. Tell you what, just a couple of adverts from Nitro FM whilst the tractor is out there just getting everything ready. And we'll take it back when we continue our qualifying here. It won't be too long. The title sponsor of the class. Many thanks indeed to Dale. As we see Lorcan Parnell and Dave Peters, your first pair. Okay, just the calm before they start the bikes up. Start line crew ready, and the sun's actually come out here just to make things just that little bit sweeter. Well, we have actually found out from one of the pro mods that didn't make it round, Andy Robinson, had an oil pressure issue. Unfortunately, couldn't fix it in time. It is fixable, and they'll have it done for the next qualifier, but just couldn't get it done in time for Q1. So, unfortunate for the team, but Look forward to seeing them later on today. No update on Jean just yet, but as soon as we do, we'll let you know. Lorcan Parnell with Storm. He's in the Auto Glim lane going alongside Dave Peters. The Rigaboot Express in the Kestrel Beer lane. Lorcan drift into the centre line, but keeps it away. Nicely done. Goes 764 at 132. Dave goes 805 at 166. But Lorcan did have to feather the throttle slightly there, just to make sure he didn't cross. But gathered it back in, so nicely ridden. Well done. All right, it's going to be the Goose up next. He's in the Kestrel Beer lane. Of course, Louis Davis. Now, I did have a chat with Louis yesterday. As we know, Louis went into the 6.8s in Top Fuel Bike at the main event. And different size nitrous jets available to Louis. And the question was, once he put the ones in that said, hold on tight, the question was, have you taken them back out and put the other ones back in? The quick answer was no. So Louis liked the bike running in the 6s, so he's left the nitrous jets exactly as they are. Whether he's changed his mind between last night and today, I don't know, but we'll soon find out. He's going long time, Roger Moore. The Boxer Frogs Racing Suzuki. I had a chat with Rog, Lucy and the team last night. And also Rog's brother Dave, he just wants to go Top Fuel, but Rog said, no, I'm quite happy where we are. So it's the Goose against the Frogs. Or a box of them. I saw the shift light flash instantly. Louis left the line there. That is a good looking run. Oh, 702, 184. He's almost back in the 60s straight away. 841, 156 for Rog, but Louis Davis takes the #1 spot for the time being. 702 at 184. So Eric Ricard then from France on the Busa, and Martin Zylstra from Amsterdam. He's in the Autoglim lane. What have these two got for us? .762 for Eric. Martin eventually gets off the line. Goes 824 at 165. So that's a wrap for Funny Bike. Well, I'm to Louis Davis taking the #1 spot. As we move on to Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET, your first pairing then. It's the truck. And it's the Hulk. So Clive Dandridge and Steve Mellors, your first pair. And the Hulk himself. I like the fact he's got an orange hoodie underneath the suit there. That's pretty cool. So 1608 dial in for Steve. Steve went 16 flat yesterday, but headwinds picked up a little bit more. Clive looking for 1293. Well, Clive's going to get there first. 1293 is the target, goes 1320. And whoa, 1585 for Steve Mellors. Whoa, nice breakout. Despite all of his issues he had yesterday trying to get to the track, that's payback actually. 1585. Well done, Steve. Despite it being a breakout, who cares? Tom Atkinson up next with the Nova wagon, going alongside Holly Walters with the Mustang. The dial-ins then, Holly 1550, Tom 12 flat. I was going to say Tom's got to back off sooner or later. And oh, look at that! 12 flat, he hits it! Absolutely brilliant run! 12.00 with a 2 on a 12 flat dial-in. Tom Atkinson, take a bow. 15.71 for Holly Walters. But, oh, cracking run for Tom. Very difficult to do when you pick up your point where you're going to lift. But Tom did that to perfection. Right, Chris Cresswell, Kirsty Tram. Chris looking for 15.55. Kirsty Tram 14.20. And that's the first proper stab at a perfect ET today. The money's still up for grabs. The reaction time's gone. Well done to Dave Russell, who took that one earlier. But the ET money is still up there, and Tom nearly took that. Right, let's see how Chris and Kirsty get on. Kirsty will get there first. Target is 14.20. Goes 14.23 into the number 2 spot. Chris goes 15.31. Breakout by, well, nearly a quarter of a second there. So you might see an adjustment on the dial-in time next time Chris comes around. Right, this is the wife, Jamie Cresswell, the Fiesta ST. 1805. Nice to see Jamie racing as well. Going alongside Ash with the Skyline, the Dream Wrecker, 13.40. I would love it if Jamie ran 1805. I really would. Make her realise just what she'd been missing all these years. Come on, Jamie, you can do this. Well, she just treed Ashley. Actually, not a bad looking run there for the Dream Wrecker Skyline. 1360 on a 1340 dial. Jamie goes 1811 on an 1805. She goes to number 3 with that one. Very nicely done indeed. Right, Dominic Hensman with what should have been a Merc C63, but it's transformed itself into a Golf. Going alongside Troy with the Camaro. 14 flat for him, 1630 for Dominic. So Troy Attree should get there first. Does look like he will be doing that. Now then, how close to 14 can he get? 14.21, he goes in at number 5. Dominic Hensman goes 16.26. And slots in at number 8. All right, Picky Mustang. Chris Redshaw with the Odyssey battery car. He is in the Kestrel beer lane, and it's Debbie Taylor looking for a 13.40 in the Autoglim lane. 15.58 target then for Chris. Debbie Taylor to the stripe goes 13.58, not too bad. 15.60 on a 58. Chris Redshaw goes to number 2. Just drops Kirsty down to number 3. And Jamie down to number 4, but it's still Tom Atkinson heading the pack at the moment. Right, next up, Paul Marston with the Mustang and Gary Lake with the Trans Am. 12.48, place 14.06. Oh, Paul nearly cut a great light there. Just went 0.5 red. Gary Lake, though, 0.7 the right side. So again, Paul to the stripe first. 12.48, the target gets 12.50. Very nice indeed. Number 2 qualifier there for Paul Marston. Very good indeed. Sam and the team very happy with that one. 14.12 for Gary Lake. And where's that put Gary? Lost him. Yeah, number 5. Right, my nanny and me. This is Michelle Walker. Very good afternoon, Roy. Good to see you, mate. Let's have a chat last night as well. Going alongside Felicity Gibbs. Felicity Rampage. Felicity Gibbs. Now she's dialing in a 17.10. Michelle wants 15 flat from the Cortina. Now, fair to say, Michelle did say that she was a bit nervous about her run today. But I tell you what, one run and she'll be back in it. She'll be eager to get round for the second run. So Michelle goes 16.16, 17.35 for Felicity. And it's great to have the Walker family back with us once again on the quarter mile. All right, for GLA Racing, Georgina Smith, 15.92 with the Supra. And it's Al Medley with the Bad Penny Mustang, 13.59 is what he'd like to see on his timing slip to match the dial-in on the boards. Well, Georgina keen to get the job done. She's in stage. Al moves forward. So Al Madley gets there first, goes 13.66 on the 59, nicely done, number 8. But Georgina, 97 on a 92, goes number 5. Oh, fair to say, Sportsman ET is certainly on it this weekend. This will be interesting. Brian Huxley with the Ford Focus wants an 18.87, and trust me, he can do it. Jay McCready, 15.91, the target for Ben's van. I think that it's about time they changed the name from Clueless Racing to Clued Up Racing, because Jane knows what she's doing behind the wheel of this thing. Both nicely away. So Jane heading towards the stripe. 16.02. She's only a tenth off. 19.12. So Jane goes number 9. Brian Huxley goes number 14. Well, we're not far from seeing Lee Huxley, actually. He's running in Sportsman ET this weekend. Unfortunately, the Dark Horse Mustang is a bit poorly at the moment, so hopefully they'll be able to get that car back out. Well, the next month or so will be good. This is Matt Holsall from Manchester with the Moonshine Escort Mark II. And if I'm right, that's around about 1975, 76 for that car. God, 46 years old, that Escort. Can't believe that. So the dial-in is 16.80. And it goes 1684 for Matt, and he's only 400ths off, goes number 5. Very nicely done indeed. Okay, Jill Medley and the aforementioned Lee Huxley. Well, Lee found a Mustang, and here it is. A dial-in of 1350. And it looks like Jill Medley dialing in 1232 with a big Jeep. $12.64 for Jill, $14.64 for Brian. They go 18 and 19. Right, we move on to Super Gas for Tony Morris carburetors. I love the fact that, you know, the class sponsor, Tony Morris Carburetors, and obviously Dave Gibbons in the UK. Dave not here this weekend, but he's tuned in. A very good afternoon to you, Dave, and a very good morning to Tony, tuned in from the other side of the pond. But they've had caps specially made for the event winners and added bonuses and stuff like that. So really, really good class sponsor. Massive thanks indeed to Tony Morris Carburetors. First up then, Andy Dibley. What has he got for us then? Just having a computer reboot in case you wondered what the delay is. So here we go then. The Magic Rat of Andy Dibley. The target is 9.90. Class index for Supergas. And 10.08, 144 there for Andy Dibley. Did launch slightly to the right, but gathered it up whilst the throttle stop was on. I wasn't expecting the Battle of Britain Memorial flight today, but they've just joined us. Wow. Mark White with the FX Vega. As our gaze is diverted skyward as World War II fighter goes over the tower and tries to chase down Mark White. Mark White goes 10.05 at 1:30. And the customary wing waggle on the plane as it disappears into the distance. All right, John Giles with Tactic, the Brogy Roadster, alongside Andy Harrison with the Brute Force Sierra. Well, zero lights a pair, that's what you expect to see from these guys. Oh, how about that for Andy Harrison, 9.904. John Giles goes 10.04, but is Andy Harrison taking that #1 spot? That's going to be tough to beat, but there is a window of opportunity there. It's not done yet. This is only first round qualifying. But a great opener for Andy Harrison. He's number 6 in the points. It's Andy Dibley leading the way at the moment for Colin Morris. Then John Morton and Dave Fulton tied for 3rd. And here is Dave Fulton with the Nova. Going alongside John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda. So first there is Dave Fulton, 10.11. John Turner goes 10.09. Right, John Morton and Pete Cresswell. Goodness knows how many times these two have raced each other over the years. Pete Cresswell had been had a bit of a sabbatical forced on him, but he's well and truly back now. Both of these guys can win races, can win championships and qualify well. Both of them rely on the throttle stop. It's all about the settings. Watch them launch, then the cars seem to stop running. And then they release and off they go. And it's a breakout for John Morton, only by 0.02 of a second though, 9.88, and 10 flat for Pete Cresswell. So Simon Fulton with the Blitzkrieg Falcon going alongside Colin Morris with the Camaro. Oh, Simon couldn't hold the car on the line, unfortunately, so he's not going to get a time or speed. Colin Morris, there goes 10.09 at 146. Right, into the Wild Bunch. Our last class of Q1. Keith Crampton and Rob Brown, your first pair. Right, well, the story for Rob and Pete is that they managed to settle the car down. It's been a bit tail happy since they changed the rear tyres. Keith Crampton, absolutely flying. Recently set a new personal best last time out, I do believe. .884, 149 and 965 for Keith Crampton. He's just taken a 1/10 of a second off his PB again. And he set a new personal best on the speed as well, 139.4. Well done, Keith. Absolutely flying this year. So, well done, Keith. Absolutely brilliant. 965, taking a 1/10 off his PB, and he's found another 3 mile an hour to boot as well. All right, so it should be Phil James and Bob Hawkins. Here they come. Well done to the Browns, and of course Haley and everybody. Looks like the car was a little bit better behaved despite launching a little bit towards the right. Car looked good. 884 the result of the efforts there. Well, 2 more cars that we should see again next weekend when they take part of the Wild Bunch, but at Dragstalgia. Make sure you're here for that one, because it's such a cool event to be part of. So laid back, chilled out, and yet with over 220 teams. And that's just in the race classes. Don't forget they've got Custom Car Invitational as well. So it's going to be a huge event spread over 3 days, and one of the best events of the year. Dragstalgia, get your tickets if you haven't already got them. If you tune into the internet and are in the UK, just get here. Just get here. Those of you that are tuned in from all over the world, make sure you join us for the live feed for next weekend. So Bob Hawkins and Phil James. Bob's target is 6.70, Phil 9.55. 695, 192. Nicely done, Bob. Phil James goes 971, 135 into the #1 spot, but Bob Hawkins back into the 6s. No major issues as well. Bizarrely, straight ones that seem to work the best. All right, 2-seater dragster, thrill ride. I just had a message, well, a little while ago actually, from Tony Morris of Tony Morris Carburetors. He goes, he was tuned in earlier watching the Super Gas Mates before I go to Orlando Speedworld. Nicely done. And Dave Gibbons also messaged in saying, at the workshop building a motor. You'll see us next week at Dragstalgia. So the 2-seater dragster then. Can't see a passenger actually, so a test pass for them. As we get ready for Q2. It will be the juniors up first, with junior dragster followed by junior drag bike, and then Pro ET. So 8:39, 114, but that sounds totally planned, that run. So Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster, qualifying session number 2. Dan Weir and Luke Fulton, your first pair. Actually, I think this is the first pair last time round. So Dan Weir currently number 4, Luke number 9. Dan goes 06, Luke goes 07. Luke is going to move up, actually. Dan's going to stay put. Yeah, Luke moves up from 9 to 7 with that one. Nicely done. So next up is Harry Peters and Ada Cassisi. Just looking at the points chase actually in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Luke Fulton is leading the way at the moment from Mackenzie Love and Daniel Weir. Luke Monkridge number 4, Harley Corsell number 5. Right, Harry Peters and Ada Cassisi. So Harry slots in at 18 and Ada stays at 17. Freddie Taylor was number 9 after Q1. And Jacqueline number 24, courtesy of the fact that a big red light in Q1. So one the right side will certainly move her up. Perfect light for Jacqueline Bartlett. A perfect light. 0007. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely brilliant. Number 1 qualifier. That's pretty much in the bag. 0.11. Oh, outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Right. Teddy Howe and Tom Peters. So, second perfect light of the day. That one going to Jacqueline. Well done to the Slick Tricks Junior team. Tom's gone deep. So 0.34 and a 0.51 for them. All right, next up then, Lola Bell Kent. Well, been dropped down the order just a little bit now. She's in the number 4 spot. Katie Ellis, number 12. And for the update, Katie's last event in Junior Dragster. Look forward to seeing what she gets into next. So Katie stays 12, Lola Bell stays number 4. Well done to Jacqueline Colleen Bartlett, number 1 qualifier, 0007 as the reaction time. Very happy golf buggy going to collect their junior dragster. Right, let's see how Neve Deavy gets on. Number 6 at the moment. Going alongside Kai Cooper. Currently number 22. Just in case anybody had forgotten, it is Diana McRae's 50th birthday today. So once again, happy birthday to Diana. We will keep reminding everybody as the day progresses. I think it's about the 3rd one now, but many happy returns indeed to Diana McRae, who happens to be 50 today. Zero 6 red, unfortunately for Neve, but she's going to hold on to that number 6 spot. Kai Cooper going to move up a few spots from number 22. It's a case of where he's going to end up. He's number 14 now, so good move there for Kai. All right, so one Cooper done. Here comes the other one. It's Jake Cooper. Going alongside Jack Taylor. Well, Jake's certainly going to move up from that one as well. He was number 25 after, well, in Q1, moves up to number 12 for that one. Jack slots in at number 22. All right, Ellie Brown with the Mystic Junior Dragster. And Daniel Todd. Daniel goes deep. And the end result of that was a cherry on the tree, unfortunately. Yeah, he just pushed it too much. Oh dear. Almost a light that he'll be proud of, but it was no 1 red. 05 the right side for Ellie Mae Brown. She moves up from 25 to number 8. Nice job there, Ellie. So to get onto the front page, as you know, the top 16 is what we call the front page up here in the tower. 0.12 is where you need to be to get on there. Right, Teddy Sullivan, Chevy check it. Chevy number 15 at the moment, Teddy number 12. Much better from both of them. They're both going to move up. And Teddy is going to move up into the number 3 spot from number 12. Great move for Teddy. Chevy moves up as well from 15 to 13. Orders all jumbling up now. All right, Luke Mugridge and Sam Fairhurst up next. Right, well, Luke is currently number 18. Sam currently number 19. Let's see if we can get these two on the front page. 0.126 or better will get you into the top 16. They're both capable of it, just to avoid that dreaded red light on the tree, which they've both done. And 0.27 for Luke Mugridge. That's going to put him into number 5. And I think Sam may just get number 16 out of that. No, number 17. It's just that Luke's move was so good that Sam didn't quite get on the front page. Right, Harley Coursell, number 12 qualifier. And the number 1 man from Q1 has been dropped to number 2 by that perfect light from Jacqueline. So what else has Mackenzie got in the tank? Well, if anyone's going to go red, it's going to be Mackenzie. He's already had a 0-1-2. He's got to try for that perfect light. He may go red. He does go red. Oh, 005. He was trying. He knew he had to try that. But full respect for the lad for giving it a go. Harley Coursell goes at 0-4, moves up from 12 to 8. Mackenzie stays number 2, but a cracking effort from the lad. Done good. Right, Finley Fagg and Max Taylor. The two respective dads out front. An interesting fact between the two dads, both used to crew for Rod Harrison on the dragster back in the day. So Stuart Fagg and of course Steve Taylor. Oh, well, they both went red, but they were both certainly trying. Max was only a 0-4 red. So Finn stays 27, Max stays 4. Right, Jessica Jeff Bishop with the Nightmare Dragster going alongside Liam McDonald. Now then, Jess, number 26 at the moment, needs to better 0.11 to get onto the front page. Liam's currently number 10 on a 0-5. And he's got another 0-5, but he's going to move up 1 spot to number 9. But Jess is going to get onto that front page. She's going to slot in number 14. Damien Redshaw and Harry Redshaw. The Odyssey battery cars with VP Racing Fuels. Now Damien didn't get a number on the board in Q1, so this will get him qualified. Harry, currently number 26, needs to get one the right side. I.e. needs a green light, not a red one. Oh, he's pulled another red. Harry 0-2 red. But Damien 0-1-9 green. He's going to go number 4 with that one. Well done, Damien. Drops Harry to 27. That now means you need an O light to get into the top 16 in Junior Dragster. We'll find out later on if anybody else can do it, because that's the end of Q2 for Junior Dragster. We may now move on to Junior Drag Bike, and it's Sam Hope and Meg Talbot. It's a dialing class actually for the junior bikes, where it is a reaction time class for the junior dragsters. It's still over the 8th mile though. Sam looking for 13.85, Meg looking for 8.42. 8:21 for Meg. Wow. That was a bit quicker than they expected. Sam goes 14:03 on a 13:85, stays at number 2. Meg stays number 4. Maggie Smallman with the Rugrat Racing Honda. She dials in 14.7. And the 12.99, Anukel Burgering. The Yamaha in the Auto Glim lane. So Anukel's going to get there first, goes 14.29 and a 14.92 for Maggie. Anukel moves up from 10 to 5 with that one. Maggie stays at number 3. Right, next pair, Casey Holgate, 8.50 the dial-in, and Lyra Humber, 17 flat. $8.68 there for Casey. That should move her up. Indeed it does, to number 3. Nicely done, Casey. Lyra also moves up, 17.82. She goes up from 7 to 6. All right, Brad Morrison, your number 1 qualifier after Q1, going alongside Grace Pollen. So Grace dialing in 8.90 in the Auto Glim lane, Brad dialing in 14.55 in the Castrol Beer lane. $11.00 and a 14.77, so Grace stays 8, and of course Brad will stay number 1. Right, going to watch these two with a lot of interest actually. Holly King, your points leader, extremely good on this machine, and Leah Morrison broke out by less than 100th of a second in Q1. So if they've done the necessary adjustment, you could see number 1 and number 2 here, who are currently number 10 and number 9. So let's see then. Holly looking there for 11.12, gets 11.26 and a 12.85 and a 12.60. Holly moves up from 10 to 2 and Leah moves up 9 to 6. So good moves from both of them. And that's a wrap actually for Junior Drag Bike as well, as we can hear the burble of Pro ET underneath the tower. So as we catch up with some various people tuned into the live stream, it's Pro ET from Odgestan comes to the line. Big shout out for Sean Bowe. Good afternoon, mate. He says he's tuned in from home. He's actually lying. He's actually stood behind the bar with the live stream on. It's really going to help me through this shift as I'm here right the way through to 1 a.m. Oh, from midday. Oh my God. 13-hour shift, Sean. Gives you some spending money though. Well worth it. Right, let's see how these two get on then. Al Schofield looking for a 910. AC looking for 1150. Oh, 910 with a 6. Alan Schofield, #1 qualifier. AC Bell goes 1110. He breaks out by 0.4 of a second. And a bit of smoke at the top end as well. But Al Schofield, #1 in Pro ET. Right, next up it's the two junior comp dragsters. The Velocidragster of Nick Mugridge looking for a 1030. Tom Kay with the Black Belt Racing junior comp dragster 10.20. The black one is being driven by Nick and the other black one is driven by Tom. Joking aside, Tom Kay is in the Autoglim lane and Nick is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Both away well. It's all about the UTs though. .1038 plays 1093. So Tom Kay moves up to number 19 and Nick slots in the high 20s. Wayne Hiscock, Warren Watts. Wayne currently 23, Warren number 11. Darling's at 938, plays 914. Warren nicely away with an 02. And a breakout, it's a double breakout actually. Wayne Hiscock breaks out by exactly 1/10 of a second. It would have been perfect if he'd have dialed in 937 instead of a 38. Warren Watts breaks out 912 on a 914. So they stay put. And both of them will be cursing their timing slips. Just to remind everybody, it's Diana McRae's 50th birthday today. Many happy returns. In case you'd forgotten. I don't think Diana's forgotten. She might forget later on, depending how the evening goes. But while she's conscious and knows what she's doing, happy birthday. Takes all the pit shots for Eurodragster.com. Right, how about Dan Fulton and Chloe Wilkins? Your next pair. Dan looking for a 1013. Chloe wants 927. How about that for a pairing? Dan Fulton goes 15 on a 13, moves up from 27 to 2. Chloe moves up from number 12 to number 5 with a 933. Oh, it's all been jumbled up though. Dan Fulton up to number 2. Al Schofield hits his number, goes number 1. How about these two? Oh, even Butch is happy. Yes, why not? Ronnie Mercer, John Bean, both of these two went to France to race after main event, I think it was. Had a great time out there. No dramas getting their cars over the place. Basically, because they're both street legal and classed as street cars, so no problems getting a car abroad. So Ronnie looking for 908. John looking for 953. 911, 949 breakout for John, but Ronnie goes up from 34 to 3. Good shot from Ronnie. Right, Bob Molden, Pete Dodd. Now, Pete, he's not qualified at the moment. He's number 35. Bob Molden, pretty safe at number 10. Bob Molden dials in 9.55. Pete Dodd dials 9.28. So stay the right side, Pete. Stay the right side. Oh, he's broken out again. Oh, but Bob Molden, look at that. 58 on a 55. Goes from 10 to 4. Pete Dodd does actually improve 2 spaces, but he's number 33 now instead of 35. Well, I don't know if Dave Rudd's been up to the tower yet, but he's got the perfect reaction time money to collect if he hasn't. Got that in round 1. He's currently number 16. Brett Featherston currently number 11. Brett is leading the points chase at the moment, though, in Modstang Pro ET. Dan Holloway number 2. Amy number 3. John Bean is number 4. Simon Goff is number 5. So Dave Rudd looking for 980. Brett looking for 971. .968 breakout for Brett, 970 breakout by a 10th for Dave Rudd. If you're going to break out, do it big. Right, Lee Morris, Mason Griffiths. Mason currently number 5 with a 920. Around 924 earlier, so he reckons there's a bit more in it. Lee Morris, 1010. I think he dialed 10 flat last time out. But anyway, he's currently number 13, and he did run a 10.10 in Q1, so he's adjusted the dial into what he ran last time. Wide awake club off the line for Lee Morris, that's for sure. It's going to be Mason there first, goes 9.24, 10.16. Mason stays 5, but Lee Morris moves up from 13 to number 8 with that one. Right, we've got 6 Williams Brothers Racing team cars here this weekend. This is the first one in a Pro ET. This is Gary Carr. Dial in for Gary, 906. He's in the 15th spot at the moment. And he's got the track to himself. Well, that's straight and true, and goes 9.11 on a 9.16, and he moves up from 15 to number 7 with that one. Nice move there from Gary. So just a little bit of a clean up in the Kestrel beer lane. And there's a Simon Goff, just sits there waiting patiently. He's on the bump spot at the moment, though, number 32. So obviously needs to get a run in on the right side. Right, just a little bit of a concentration in the Kestrel beer lane. The tractor just going out just to do a little bit of work. So I tell you what, Nitro FM, if you can just take it just for a moment, we'll be back as soon as qualifying continues here at the Summer Nationals. very, very quick bit of track grooming there from our track crew. Well done to them. So it is the package of Simon Goff. Coming up to the line in the Kesher Beer Lane, as I just said, he is on the bump spot at the moment, number 32. We've only got spaces in eliminations for 32 cars, and we've got 36 here, so 4 of them are not going to make the show. Well, there's actually 38 booked in, but 2 haven't put runs in yet. .856 on an 855 dial. Simon Goff goes 32 to number 2. That's the way to do it. So who's on the bump spot now then? Will Clark is on the bump. Pete Dodd currently number 33. And then you've got 2 drivers that are way up in the points that should be qualified. That's Dan Holloway and Amy Watkins. And the reason they are on the outside looking at the moment is they both broke out in Q1. And then right at the very bottom at the moment, Darren Law, he's the one that broke out by 0.4 of a second in Q1. Right, next up then, Josh Duncan. And he's going to make it 37 cars that have put times in Pro ET when he reaches the other end, going alongside Dave Cherry. He's number 31, so nervous territory for Dave at the moment. Another one that broke out in Q1. So Dave Cherritt goes up from 31 to 25, goes 1071, and Josh Duncan goes in at number 28 with an 1137. So that's changed the order a bit. So that puts Neil Watkins on the bump spot now, pushes Will Clark out, and Neil hasn't done his Q2 run yet. Will Clark hasn't, Dan hasn't, Amy hasn't, Darren hasn't, and the only one that has is Pete Dodd at the moment. So let's see what happens as the rest of them go through. This is Andy Garnett with the Millennium Hawk Tesla, dialing in 1110, and it's Jeff Cowley with the Nova 925. .954 for Jeff. Oh, but Andy Garnett, 11.11 on 11.10, goes from 12 to 3. Great move there for Andy Garnett. Right, Williams Brothers Racing matchup. Ollie and the King. 9.35 for James Oliver. Guy King looking for 10.20. Ollie is currently 13. Guy is currently 18. So both of these two looking to move on up. I think both here next weekend for Nostalgia Superstock at Dragstalgia. Oh, huge wheels down there for Ollie. And a 936 on a 35. Ollie moves up to number 3 with that one. Guy King also moves up just one spot though, 18 to 17. Goes 10.31 on a 10.20. But the move made by Ollie there, up to number 3. Right, Kieran Turner. Oh, I've just found out where Dave Turner is. He's in Paphos in Cyprus. Looking to step up the ETs in the Supra today. But anyway, so Kieran Turner. I would say big thanks to Tom Howell for the chassis welding, Chris at the paint place, Aidan, Alfie Cookson, Totswood Automotive, Michelle Martin, Alan Schofield for the loan of the trailer to get Kieran here. But Alfie Ratton is out front looking for a 935 and gets, 934. It's a breakout, but how about Kieran Turner? Darling in 1097 goes 1007. That's nearly a second breakout. But that's fair to say the car's working quite well. Right, JT with the Barracuda, 1005, going alongside Stu Doiney with the Nova. It is so good to have Stu back on the quarter mile. Tim Lane down there as well. And of course, Bob. He's part of Williams Brothers Racing anyway, but he's back with his lad on the start line. So John Turner looking for 1005. Stu 1177. Uh, 10-11 for JT, 12.57 for Stu Doiney, and it's a move for both of them actually, up to number 13 there for John Turner. Right, Mark Huxley, currently number 9 with the Corolla. 1018 is his dial-in. Looks like the sun's trying to come out again. Well, massive breakout in Mark's world anyway. 10-12 on a 10-18, so he's going to stay number 9. Right, number 20 and number 21 on the qualified order, lining up side by side here. Dave Fulton looking for 960 with that beautiful Nova. And Marie Mills with the 23 Ford Model T altered. Her dial-in 10.60. So just a second between them on the dial-ins. .03 the wrong side for Marie, .02 the right side for Dave Fulton on reaction lines, but let's see what the runs give us in ETs. 964 for Dave Fulton, moves up to number 9, and 1068 on a 60. For Marie Mills, moves up from 21 to 17. The order still being moved around. Right, Mr. Breakout himself, Darren Law with the Wicked Lady, broke out by 0.4 of a second in Q1. He's not qualified, nor is Will Clark at the moment. He broke out in Q1. This time the target is 982, and it's 9 flat for Darren Law. Just the right side should get him in the show. Oh, problems there for Darren Law. Oh, not sure what's happened to Darren, but he's pulling over to the left, but it's all about Will Clark. 991 on an 82. That's going to get him in the show, no question about that. It's a case of wear. So we just wait for the timing system to realise that Darren's not going to make it to the stripe, and we'll get an update where Will ends up. He moves up to number 18 with that one, so well done, Will. Right, so let's have a look then at the bottom of the order to see who is a bit nervous at the moment. Kieran Turner, well, we saw him go through. He's in the number 31 spot at the moment. AC Bell has been through. He is in the number 32 spot. Then it's the turn of all the people that have broken out. Neil Watkins hasn't had his second run yet. He's currently number 33. Pete Dodd has had his run, and he is currently number 34. And then Darren Law, you just saw well, stop on the track actually. He's going to stay 37. The two that we're interested in, and it looks like they're both coming up together. Dan Holloway and Amy Watkins, neither of them are in the show. They both broke out in Q1. So if they can get the right side of their darlings, they're definitely going to qualify. It's a case of where. And it will push AC Bell and Kieran Turner out of the show at the moment. But with Neil Watkins in the next pair after Amy, it can all jumble up. Now, the other thing that we're just a little bit mindful of is the weather. We're doing well at the moment, needless to say, but it's called weather. I'm not going to say any more than that, but all will become clear. But we're doing nicely at the moment. So Darren Law is hooked up to the quad and just approaching the finish line. Time to start the next pair up. But this is a crucial one, because if they break out again, it could be nervous territory for them both, especially looking at where they are in the championship. Dan Holloway, number 2, Amy Watkins, number 3. They've got to get qualified. Right, well, let's give you the darlings then. Dan Holloway looking for a 9.12 with the Rattler. And Amy Watkins with That a Bird, 9.55. Well, nothing wrong with their reaction times. Both of them with 0 lights. It's all about the ETs. Dan breaks out again, but Amy is the right side. Dan Holloway stays 35, breaks out by 200ths, but Amy 300ths the right side. She moves up from 36 to 8. Dan Holloway in very nervous territory indeed now. Right, Neil Watkins going alongside his lad Tom. Shane with a very nice headgear once again, of course. So Neil Watkins, can he get in the show? He's currently 34. Tom, 26. He's okay at the moment, but would like to move up the order a bit to be a bit safer. But Neil Watkins does not want to see an 11.3 on his timing strip. He wants to see an 11.4. Well, Tom's going to get there first with Doris the Charger, no problem there. Looking for a 9.15. Gets a 9.22. Right, it's all about Neil. Oh, he's done it. And not only that, it's out house to penthouse. Neil Watkins, number 1 qualifier. 11.40 with a 4. Sneaks in front of Al Schofield. Never count Neil Watkins out. 34 to 1. What a pass that one was. Oh boy! Oh, let's have a look at the order now. At the bottom, Josh Duncan is on the bump at 32. Kieran is number 1 on the outside at the moment. He's number 33. AC Bell 34. Dan Holloway 35. Pete Dodd 36. Darren Law 37. One more qualifying session to come from Pro ET. Let's have a look at the top of the order. Neil Watkins, number 1. Al Schofield, number 2. The package of Simon Goff is number 3. James Oliver, number 4. Andy Garnett, 5. Dan Fulton, 6. Ronnie Mercer, 7. Bob Molden is 8. Amy Watkins, 9. Mason Griffiths, number 10. Oh, exceptional qualifying there from Pro ET. It's all about the drama of it there, but very entertaining. Good session from Pro ET. Right, Super Pro ET is up next. The Gluebird is out there just putting some extra traction down. I'll tell you what, I'm going to rest the vocal cords just for a moment. Nitro FM 96.2, if you can take the airwaves for a moment, and we'll be back with you shortly. however, knocked out Joe Kellett. And a bit of a good one, this one. An anonymous award of £50 to be announced on Saturday after qualifying has finished. So there we go. And I'll get the list of sponsors out as the class goes through. This is Rennie Jasper and Alan Didwell. The BMW and the Dragster 830, place 767. Alan Didwell goes 772, moves up from 17 to 8. Rennie goes 860 on 830, goes 15 to 13. All right, just a pause for our next pair. Okay, a little bit of precipitation at the top end, I think the signal was there, so we are just on hold for a moment. And obviously the wind direction, whatever happens weather-wise, what happened at the top end first, because obviously that's just the direction of everything is travelling at the moment skywards. But let's just have a look at Super Pro ET at the moment. Nick Good is your number 1 qualifier at the moment, followed by Dan Giles, number 2. Dave Russell is number 3. Pete Walters, number 4. Rocket Ron Bartlett, number 5. Phil Toppin is 6. Joe Kellett is 7. And then it's Alan Didwell, Mark Bailey and Colin Morris rounding out the top 10. 18 cars have put numbers on the board so far in Super Pro ET. And again, whilst it's a little bit quiet. Oh, by the way, Diana McRae's 50th birthday today, just in case anybody didn't know. So, once again, many happy returns indeed to Diana. And that's from all your friends and everybody here at Sandpod Raceway. So, Super Pro sponsors for 2022. JK Farzak Technic, BG Motors, Joe Kellett Racing, Harry's Coachwork and Pit Equipment, Pete Walters Race Design, RW Services, Giles and Hartley Racing, A Leak Roofing, Gareth Thomas Haas, The Bath Bloke, AJS Bodyworks, Rusty Dog Racing, Alders Automotive, HR Racing with Hydro Hose, Ultra Plastics, Good Vibration Motorsports, Team Time is Money, Hauser Racing, Windscreen Wizards, Another Small F Limited, Solo Precision, Premier Rosettes, Fenny Racing, Copy Print Depot, Swinny and Son, Boost Monkeys, Pragmatis Limited, P-Lane Racing and Holly Walters Dental. And as I look up, people are taking a little bit of cover, and unfortunately my windows here are starting to get some rain on it, so we are on hold for a moment. I tell you what, I reckon we've done really well to reach 2 o'clock before we started seeing anything fall from the sky. So we'll keep up to date with the situation. It doesn't look too bad in the distance. Hopefully it's just a passing shower, and if it stays as light as this, then we should be a-okay once the shower passes, just to get rid of anything that's settling on the surface. So get yourselves a coffee, have a little lunch break, and as soon as we're good to go again, obviously we'll take it back from the tower. But in the meantime, Nitro FM, some music, some words of wisdom, and the airwaves are yours for the time being. Round the corner with Grandad's toy, the Corvette. So let's have a look at the dial-ins then for this pair. Pete Walters looking for a 766. He's currently number 4. And Phil Toppin looking for 875. Currently number 6. Well, 2 good-looking runs. Pete's going to get there first. 766 with an 8. He takes the number 1 spot. 884, 150 for Phil. Stays 6, but Pete Walters, top of the pile. Well, if Nick Good wants that number 1 spot, he's going to have to fight to get it back. All right, Kieran Ashley. There's the burnout with the dragster going alongside the King's Topolino, Callum Swinjat. Well done to the Walters family as Pete takes the number 1 spot. Slight wheelie bar adjustment there to Callum. So his dialing is 890. Kieran dialing this time 897. Currently number 18 for Callum, 12 for Kieran. Kieran very keen to get the job done. That was a big red light. Goes 9:07, but 8:96 for Callum, moves up from 18 to 10, so that bumps Kieran down one spot. Kieran goes 9:07. Well, I did have a good look around our Facebook pages and gutted to see the engine damage for Daryl Howes with the chemical reaction slingshot in Supercomp. So unfortunately he is unable to play for the rest of the weekend. But a staggering job of the diaper on that car. Not a single drop of oil made it to the track, and yet you look at the damage on the side of the block, you can actually see the conrod through the window that has appeared on the side of the engine. So commiserations to everyone at Dash Racing, because not only this weekend, but obviously that's put a strain on them for next weekend as well. I don't know if they've got a spare engine or anything. But the engine in chemical reaction had been a trusty steed over the years, and has certainly paid its dues. So commiserations to Dash Racing. Next up, Jack Brewster with Just Mustard, the 68 Firebird, going alongside Scott Hauser, the Bang Tidy Dragster. Dial-ins then, Jack 7.10, Scott 7.37. So Scott currently number 18, Jack is 16. But the encouraging thing for Jack is getting further and further up the track each run, i.e. under power. .739 on the 37. Scott moves up from 18 to 4. Jack drops a place there with an 8:43 at 149, but good move from Scott. 18 to 4. Number 1 qualifier coming into this session, just been dropped to number 2 by Pete Walters. This is Nick Good, the blown dragster, and of all the combinations that are available to run in Super Pro, it's blown dragster 1 and 2. Going alongside Dave Russell, the man with no name. Dial-ins for this one then. Nick Good, 685. Dave Russell, 872. Oh, Nick Good, 687 with an iron on 685. Dave Russell, 879. Nick stays 2. Dave Russell stays number 5. Right, so Matt Peters. I wonder who was driving this one actually. In Nick Good's other dragster. The Lucas Oils dragster, So Matt normally behind the wheel of the Super Pro Stroke Pro Mod Dodge Avenger, but this weekend I'm going to go in the Good Motorsport Falling Dragster. $788, 169. Matt goes in at number 16. Okay, Mark Turner with the Supra. Going alongside Colin Morris. Now in Q1, apparently Mark Turner had an issue with the trans brake. Thanks indeed to Dave Turner, who's in Cyprus, for the updates. Lots of global transmissions to get the information to me. So a new one fitted for Q2. No such issues for Colin Morris. So let's see how these two get on then. The dial-ins. 895 Colin Morris, 799 for Mark Turner. $850 dead for Mark Turner and $890 for Colin Morris. That in effect is a breakout. He went 500s too quick. Mark Turner moves up from 19 to 17 with that one. So Ashley Bell coming up as Sid does the huge burnout across the line in the auto glim lane. Ash just waits for Sid to come back before his burnout starts. So the dial-in then is 8.86. Ashley Bell. And no doubt Sid's will be 6 flat. Sid clicks it early, goes 641 at 174 and 879 breakout. A little bit too quick there for AC Bell. 879 on an 86. Apologies, I thought it was Ash, but it's AC. So Daniel Giles reverses after his burnout. Signal's now given to Mark Bailey to start his burnout. Right, so look at the dialings then. Daniel Giles at 737, Mark Bailey 881. .741, 882. Mark Bailey moves up from 10 to number 4 with that one. Just a smidge under 200 on Dan Giles already number 3 though. So 741 not helping him, but it's still good consistency nevertheless. Right, Ron Bartlett. Sweet FA. Right, so pre-run checks all done. Ron currently in the number 7 spot. Oh, a little bit, tiny bit of a double step there by the looks of things, so they could drop it into the 8.2s. Or even further back actually, 8.38, 163. Interesting matchup between Billy Gain and Joe Kellett. Joe is the one with the bounty on his head. As we get to eliminations tomorrow, whoever knocks Joe out will get 50 quid. And if Joe stays standing at the end of the day, then he'll pocket the 50 quid himself. Both in pre-stage. Billy goes in, Joe goes in, tree cancelled down. 007 red for Joe. It doesn't matter in qualifying. It's all about the ETs. Joe goes 760. Drops a spot to number 10 as Billy Gain improves from 13 to 8, goes 862 on an 858. Joe goes 760 on a 53. Okay, so that is Super Pro done for Q2. We move on to Outer Anglia. Ben Kennedy and Dougie McClure. The Relentless Pop from Essex in the Kestrel Beer Lane. And it's the Success Pop from Wisbeach. Well, Dougie goes through with the 1081, Ben 1387. Quite the runs they were looking for. Well, certainly not for Ben anyway. Okay, Rob Stone, currently number 2 with an 862, and Barry Woodford, currently number 6 with a 1246. Rob Stone, can he improve on that 862? He can, 842. And Barry Woodford also improves, 1039. And he moves up from 6 to 4 with that one. Wayne Power, what's he got for us? 1058 in Q1. $10.54 there for Wayne, his quickest of the weekend so far. So that's a wrap for Outlaw Anglia. We move on to VW Sportsman, to be followed by VW Pro. Just doing a little bit of a update. There we go. Jerry Sadler with the Beetle 1588. Looking on the other side of the track to see John Gallant there, 17.80 with the Sirocco. Jerry, currently number 21. John currently number 17. Or 1596 on 88. That's certainly going to move Jerry up nicely indeed, actually. 21 to number 2 with that one. John also moves up 17 to 10. Goes 18-17 on that 1780 Darlin. Here's Steve Metcalf with the Blue Steel Baja. Darlin of 16.90. $17.07, but that moves up, Steve, from 8 to 4. Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf. His first timed run of the day, going alongside Nigel Gregson with the Octavia. Nigel currently number 16. Ran a 16.23. Darlin this time 16 flat. And Bruce, 10.45. That's a rather quick number for VW. Maybe I was going to say 10.45 is a bit quick. Changed to 16.45. That's where I thought it should be. But the time and crew were on that one. $16.32 plays a 16.34. Nigel the right side goes from 16 to 9, and Bruce slots in at number 22. John Crawford and Thomas Circuit up next. The Crawl Dog looking for 15.45. And Thomas's target is 18.51. Yep, John Crawford pulling away. Now then, 15.45. Gets a 15.59. I don't know if that's going to help him that much. Thomas, oh, it does. Moves it up from 13 to 3. Thomas goes 19.02. Moves up from 19 to 14. Darren Walsh and Laurie Anslow, your next pair. Mark 1 Golf GTI looking for 16.88. Laurie looking for 15.60. Off they go. Good light for Laurie there. 0.5. 1691 plays a 1699. 1699 goes to number 3 with that one. Very nice indeed there for Darren Walsh. Laurie resides at number 18. All right, Nigel Coulson with the Seat, currently number 15, and Martin Ayton, the son of Homer's Revenge. Apollo looking for 15.69, and the Seat wanting a 14.30. All right, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug, and Paul Robinson with the TT, your next pair. 13.70 plays 14.69. Oh, just wait for Paul to come up to the line. Oh, both in pre-stage. Both in stage. Tree counts them down. 1 green, 1 red. $13.74 and $14.74 for those two. How about Polly Judge and Steve Stone? Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Polly Judge dials a 15.86. Steve Stone dials 15.58. All right, Steve Stone going to get there first. How close to 15.58 is he going to get? He breaks out, 15.63. And no, Steve Stone's actually the right side. 500ths off, 21 to number 3. Polly, no real help there, 16.87 on a 15.86. Still quite a few VW Sportsman cars to come through. This is Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II Golf against the Audi TT of Justin. Did I actually get a message from Justin earlier? Apparently Red Dwarf They're still out of commission at the moment. Mind you, he's enjoying driving with this one, so happy days. Right, Andrew goes through with a 1677, 1581 on a 1535. Actually, Justin moves up 3 spots with that one. Not too bad, really. Connor Jones, Lottie Bradford, Pinky Beetle. Connor looking for a 2010. Lottie looking for an 1830. Can I please have track... Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Lottie looking for an 1830, gets 1818. Breakout, a little bit too quick. Connor Jones, the right side though, goes 20.38 on a 20.10. Morgan Wilson, Phil Jones, next pair. Emmy looking for 1790. And Phil looking for 1445. So Phil crosses the line now, goes 1458 on a 45. Moves up to number 7, and Morgan Wilson goes 1805 on a 1790. She moves up 10 to number 9. Graham Fairhead, Jonathan Newell. Graham Fairhead, 1126 on a 25, goes to number 1 with that one. Very nice job indeed. 1483 at 88 miles now in the Autogram lane. But Graham Fairhead moves to number 1. Drops Luke Stevenson to number 2. This, of course, VW Pro. Right, Ian Dale with a strip burner. Jake Fronda. Not with the Golf fan, but with the TT. Goes 1168. That's a big old breakout on a 1212 dial. And Ian Dale goes 1370 on a 1210. James Hodson and Jacob Bailey, your next pair. 1072 plays 995. So both in pre-stage. James goes in. Jacob goes in. Right, all about the numbers at the stripe, of course. Jacob currently 4. James currently number 9. And no change. Breakout for James Hodson goes 1070 on a 72. It's only a 200s breakout, but a breakout's a breakout. And Jacob goes 1048 on a 995. No help to him, he'd already been closer. So, net end result, they both stay put. Oh. Let's see. Luke Stevenson. The dragster was number 1. Darling remains 850. went 8.56 earlier on, going alongside Phil Blogg, the debt collector, looking for 11.60. Very nice looking launch there for Luke. Is he going to break out? That would be awesome if he does. Oh, he has! 8.45 for Luke Stevenson. Another PB for Luke. Well done. 155 mile an hour, 12.84 for Phil Blogg. Actually moves up from 10 to 8 with that one. But well done, Luke. 8.45. So current racing then, 10.80 with the Beetle. Going alongside Charlie Roberts. Number 3 qualifier with the up. Right, if anybody from Lottie Bradford's crew could go to the top end to pick Lottie up, she can't get back to the pits. So 10.41 for Sam Young. And Charlie goes 12.30, so no hell for either of those two. Right, we move on into Super Comp. Yeah, once again, if we can just have somebody from Lottie Bradford's crew could head to the top end and tow her back to the pit so she can't get back under her own power. Super Comp. Now then, anything better than 8.96 will give them the number 1 spot, which is currently held by the guy in the other lane, Paul Hudson. But then if Paul improves, whoever gets closest to 8.90 will be in the pound seats. .887 breakout for Paul Hudson, a bit too quick, at a 0-1 light as well there. Al Schofield 9.10, no help for either of them, they stay put. Al 5, Paul number 1. Right, the two Steves then. Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered alongside Steve Field with Blackpink 2. As I say, commiserations to Darrell and Sarah Howes with the chemical reaction slingshot dragster. The engine, unfortunately, shouldn't have a hole in the side of the block, so they are out for the weekend. But as we said earlier on, that engine had served them incredibly well over the years. And a donation to the engine gods in the sky. So let's see how these two get on then. Steve Field actually hasn't had a number on the board yet. Oh, that's right, he went before the tree activated in round 1. Oh, such bombs this time round, a 0-1 light as well. I don't think he's trying to back off for an 890 though. 873. But he gets it qualified. 901 for Steve Hudson, no help for him. He stays number 2 from his previous 897. Next up after Super Comp is Street Eliminator. Right, just a little pause at the moment. I think there may be something skywards at the top end at the moment, so just on hold for a moment to see if I can catch Dave's attention just to find out. Okay, yes, a little bit of precipitation at the top end, so thank you for the start line for. So we're going to be on hold just for a second. Should blow through, hopefully. Well, that's what we all want anyway. So just pause for a moment. We're just going to wait to see what happens. So tell you what, Nitro FM, if you could just take it for a moment, and we'll be back with you shortly, and hopefully very shortly. Thanks very much indeed. And that's right, they're all on intermediate. So yes, very wet over there. But here we're dry, so it is fortunate that we are this side of the M1, not the other side. So 25 miles away as a crow flies. Rather wet at Silverstone. Anyway, Simon Fulton, the Blitzkrieg Racing Falcon, currently number 7 on a 10:28. What's he got for us? That's looking a bit better this time round. Are the transmission woes over and done with for the time being? 9:12, much better. 7-6 on that one. All right, Leah Calet. Dolly Daydream Dragster, currently number 4 on a 9:01. So Leah currently 9:01 with a 7, number 4 spot. 8.9 of any flavour would do her. Throttle stop releases. And Leah goes 8:93, and that is your number 1 qualifier. Nicely done. Leah moves up to number 1. All right, Richard Tunstall with the Roadster. Richard's already gone into the 8.9s. Now, if he can get better than 8.93, he'll take the number 1. Currently on that 8.99. Nothing wrong with the reaction time, 001. And he goes 8.95 to move up to number 2 with that one. Now that is what you call a nice package, a 001 light, just 500ths off dialing. And yeah, well done, Rich. Nice job. Right, we move on to Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. You can also see Comp Eliminator down there in the lanes as well. So the glue bird goes out, just put some extra traction down, and then it will be Turner Street Eliminator, and then I think it will be Comp Eliminator running, and then of course Pro Modified Top Fuel Bike to get our classes through. But as I was saying just a moment ago, we're very fortunate at the moment as qualifying taking place at Silverstone for the Formula 1 British Grand Prix. As I say, just over 25 miles away as a crow flies, rather wet over there. So can I please have Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified, can we have you into the lanes, please? And as I say that, just looking on the monitor, can see one of the Pro Mods appearing in the background. So the glue bird just putting a bit of traction down. And when that's done, it'll be the continuation, Street Eliminator. Tell you what, a couple of messages from Nitro FM, and we'll take it back in a moment. Thanks very much indeed. Let's see who the first pair is. Ricky Hale and Nick Hale. So Ricky went 11.66 in Q1. Nick went 10.67. Oh, wheel spin off the line there for Ricky. 10.63 plays 11.35. Both of them were their best runs of the day so far. And despite the wheel spin there for Ricky, gathered it up very nicely indeed. Both of them going through at 125 miles an hour. Ash Cooper and Andy Bond. Andy 7.34 in Q1, over 200 miles an hour once again. Ash went 9.61. Beautiful launch for Andy Bond. Straight and true, 162 a half track, 206 at the stripe, 703, 958, 142 for Ash Cooper. Both of them with their quickest runs of the weekend so far. Well done, Andy Bond, once again. 703, 206. So Mark Sheridan with the twin turbo Hemi Cuda. Going alongside Tony Higgs with Triggers Broom. So Katie, and now, of course, Andy, who's down there. Katie says, I've got to say a shout out to Andy when Tony comes down to the start line. So, Tony Higgs, currently number 3, Mark Sheridan, currently number 4. Both of them in the 8-second zone. What have they got for us this time round? Oh, beautiful run looking here for Tony Higgs. That's got to be in the 7s, surely. 775 at 179. And how about Mark Sheridan? 820 at 182. Now the fun starts. A little bit of wheel spin, though, for Mark Sheridan. 162 60 foot. Compared to a 117 for Tony Higgs. But 775, 179, and 820, 182. Good pairing. Exceptionally good pairing. Right, Elliot Day with Plan B. All right, Elliot went 14-15, but it was the burnout and the the drama that went with it was the exciting part of the previous run. But let's see what he's got this time round. A little bit of tyre chatter. But that's certainly going to be quicker than the 14 he ran earlier. Way quicker. 9:33, 149. Yes, good run. Right, the story of round 1 was the wayward run of this car, Al Mack. He messaged me afterwards. I can't read all of it out because there's a few expletives. But the short version, that was not nice, but what a ride. Shoot picked us up and sent me towards the wall. Shout out, you needed 2 front tyres and a pair of boxers. And then the message followed. Tyres all sorted. The top gents at Top Speed Automotive opened up for us. So he's got new front tyres. I don't know if he's got new boxer shorts yet, though. Al Mack, what's he got for us this time? Beautiful launch. That's arrow straight all the way. 767. Oh, but a wayward run once again in the shutdown area. Oh, he's doing his best to scare us today. Turns the corner A-OK at the top. But boy, oh boy. Well, I look forward to the messages coming back from Al Mack after that one. But certainly crossed. It's when he pulled the shootout, it pulled him left and took him over towards the wall. I don't know if he brushed it or not, but certainly safe and around the corner at the top end. So an eventful day indeed for Al Mack. Right, we move on to Comp Eliminator. Rennie Hirschman with the 55 shoebox. He's currently a #1 qualifier. Going to go alongside #2 qualifier at the moment, Dan Williams with the Chevelle. Now then, Rennie is 0.52 under, Dan is 0.47 up. So 0.05 of a second between them. It's all about going under your index. Dan's going to need to run a 9.95 to take the #1 spot back, say 0.52 under. Yeah, so Dan's going to need to go 9.97 actually to take the #1 spot. But Rennie, if he improves on that 7.49, then he's going to extend that #1 spot further. Very good competition between these two top teams. Spencer not running in this session, but Nick is suited and booted, ready to run. Massive wheels up launch there for Dan Williams, and it went a little bit too high. So Rennie powers off into the distance to a 7:34. 188 miles an hour. That cements the number one spot. There's no coming back from anybody to challenge that number. But Dan reached for the sky. He loaded it with everything he had to try and run a number. But just a little bit too skyward. So Rennie Hirschman at 0.68 under now. Outstanding. Right, next up, Dave Smith with the Jag. And it's Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster Mark 1 Escort. So index is then 745 for Dave Smith, 780 for Kev Jenkins. Kev off the line, but Dave Smith on a good looking run here. 770 at 176 miles an hour. Finds 600s on what he ran this morning. Next up then, Robin Orthodoxou with Wiley E. Coyote, the new name on the on the altered. Just gets a little bit out of shape coming out of the burnout. And he's going to be going alongside Nick Williams with the Williams Brothers Racing 69 Camaro. His index 11.40. So Nick in Q1 went 11.07. He has an index of 11.40 to work with, currently number 4. Robin 7.45, went 7.13. So let's have a look to see how far under they are. Nick is 0.32 under, Robin is 0.31 under. Spencer currently 0.35 under. So Robin definitely to the strike first. Goes 7.17. And Nick Williams goes through with 11.04. And the net result is they stay put. Robin stays 5, Nick Williams stays number 4. Right, we move on to Pro Modified Q2. And great to see that Jean Delemont has managed to fix the car. Engine issues, basically they hold a piston in testing yesterday on that run. Yeah, sorry, hold a piston apparently on a 616 run yesterday. Was billowing of smoke and all sorts of Stuff before 1,000 foot yesterday when I saw the car go through. Still went about 180 mile an hour, but the end result was there was damage which the team couldn't get rectified before Q1. But here they are at Q2 and making their first qualifying run of the day. Well, Steve, still keeping an eye on the other motorsport venue in Northamptonshire at the moment, over at Silverstone, and it is still raining over there for Formula 1 qualifying, and yet we're staying dry. Long may that continue. Obviously, I'm not going to give you any updates on what's going on over there at all. That's up to you if you want to know. But I'm not going to spoil it for anybody that's into F1. But here we go, Jean Delemont, the Bad Apple 68 Camaro. .616 matches what he ran yesterday, but a lot of smoke towards the top end there. Shoots billowing in the breeze, no problem at all there, and goes in at the number 3 spot. But it looks like, well, they're certainly qualified, that's for sure. 616 with a 7. Short numbers 104 to 60 foot, and at the 8th mile 402 at 189. Right, so the only car not with a number on the board yet is Andy Robinson with Anger Management 2 Camaro, but good news is Andy coming round the corner now. And he's going to appear in the Auto Glim lane. I'm just going to hold Andy just for a moment. Reason being that Jean is still on the track at the top end, but looks like he's just about to go around the corner. Yeah, indeed, John has disappeared around the corner. So the track is Andy Robinson's. Oil pressure issues for Q1, couldn't get it all fixed in time. So the team taking the extra time to get that sorted to make sure that it's good for Q2. So it's all about Andy Robinson now. What can he do? Can he get in? Well, he just needs to get a number on the board to get qualified. That's the number one priority, and obviously the quicker he can get down, the further up the pecking order. 0.99 to 60 foot, 392 at the 8th, and at the stripe, it's 608 at 216 miles an hour into the number 1 spot for the time being. Well done, Andy and the whole team. 608, only 216 miles an hour. But most importantly, he's qualified. And at the moment, he's in the number 1 spot. Well, unfortunately, Michel Turenne heading back to the pits. So they're not going to be taking part in this session. Looking around the corner, can see head of the lanes at the moment, Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil. You can see Bobby Wallace is down there. And, of course, John Webster with Fast Company. And I bet tucked behind them Yep, can see them there. Nick Davis, no sign of Kev Slyfield in the lanes though, unless he's hidden from my view, but I can certainly see 4 Pro Mod cars in the lanes at the moment. And the car started up, just here's John Webster. And going to be going alongside Wayne Nicholson. In fact, no, John's switched it off. As we have a little track issue to deal with. Trouble is, we're in this zone at the moment where it could sprinkle at the top end. It could be anywhere at the moment, but there's certainly stuff in the air. We just got to weather this one out. But as I say, incredibly fortunate here today. Those of you that looked at the weather forecast to see that we were going to be very, very wet and soggy here today. We're not. We're just getting this occasional mist, but again, just looking at Silverstone, it looks like the heavens have opened there again once more. Very, very wet over there. So yes, creating havoc with the lap times, but as I say, not going to give you any more than that because you want to see it yourself on highlights later on. So for once, the gods have been kind to us here, but are going to be on hold for the time being. So I'm going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2, and of course, as soon as we are able to continue once again, we will take it back. So over some tunes and some messages, and we'll speak to you soon. So we are preparing to continue with Motorsports UK Pro Modified. Qualifying session number 2, it is going to be Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil going alongside John Webster with Fast Company. So let's have a look at Q1 then. Wayne Nicholson went 6.30. John went 7.30. But 8 cars qualified for Pro Modified, 8 cars entered. So they've all got scores on the doors, and assuming we finish this session, we will have 8 cars into eliminations. Obviously, if the session doesn't finish, I think it becomes annulled, and the 2 cars that put their only qualifying runs in this session would lose them, but can't see that happening now. So both coming up to the line then, Wayne Nicholson, John Webster. Well, John hugging the centre line there. Goes through with an 8.25 at 108, and Wayne's car wouldn't move forward. So John very, very close to the centre line. Did actually have to back out of the run eventually. But 105 to 60 foot. And that was about all she wrote, to be honest. So 2 more Pro Mods into the lanes, and whilst it's quiet, I don't know if I mentioned it, but it's Diana McRae's 50th birthday today. Oh, hello, Diana. She's up in the tower. I don't think anybody knows it's your birthday today. I think you should wear a pink sash to say it's your birthday. Oh, you've got one on, I see.
Kept it quiet.
All right, okay. So many happy returns indeed to Diana McRae, photographer for Eurodragster.com and a good friend to many people. So say we've got 2 more Pro Mods to come in the shape of Bobby Wallace and Nick Davis. So track crew, looks like they got a little bit of work to do there. I think John, when he left the line, there's a few sort of, not sort of puddles as such, but some fluid did drop out of a catch tank or something, though. They're going to have to clean that one up. So whilst we're on pause once again, going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM. We'll take it back with the last pair of Pro Mods when they come round the corner. Thanks very much indeed.
to wait, 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 wait. Ain't I want to wait? Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico tico tock. This tico tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf. His first timed run of the day, going alongside Nigel Gregson with the Octavia. Nigel currently number 16. Ran a 16.23. Darling this time 16 flat. And Bruce 10.45. That's a rather quick number for VW. Maybe I was going to say 10.45 is a bit quick. Changed to 16.45. That's where I thought it should be. But the timing crew were on that one. $16.32 plays a 16.34. Nigel the right side goes from 16 to 9, and Bruce slots in at number 22. John Crawford and Thomas Circuit up next. Craw Dog looking for 15.45. Thomas's target is 18.51. Yep, John Crawford pulling away. Now then, 15.45. Gets a 15.59. I don't know if that's going to help him that much. Thomas, oh, it does. Moves it up from 13 to 3. Thomas goes 19.02. Moves up from 19 to 14. Darren Walsh and Laurie Anslow, your next pair. Mark 1 Golf GTI looking for 16.88. Laurie looking for 15.60. Off they go. Good light for Laurie there. 0.5. $16.91 plays a 16.99. 16.99 goes to number 3 with that one. Very nice indeed there for Darren Walsh. Laurie resides at number 18. All right, Nigel Coulson with the Seat, currently number 15, and Martin Ayton, the son of Homer's Revenge, Apollo, looking for 15.69, and the Seat wanting a 14.30. All right, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug, and Paul Robinson with the TT, your next pair. 13.70 plays 14.69. Right, just wait for Paul to come up to the line. Well, both in pre-stage. Both in stage. Tree counts them down. 1 green, 1 red. $13.74 and $14.74 for those two. How about Polly Judge and Steve Stone? Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Polly Judge dials a 15.86. Steve Stone dials 15.58. Right, Steve Stone going to get there first. How close to 15.58 is he going to get? He breaks out, 15.63. And no, Steve Stone's actually the right side. 500ths off, 21 to number 3. Polly, no real help there, 16.87 on a 15.86. Still quite a few VW Sportsman cars to come through. This is Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II Golf against the Audi TT of Justin. Did actually get a message from Justin earlier. Apparently Red Dwarf is still out of commission at the moment. Mind you, he's enjoying driving with this one, so happy days. Right, Andrew goes through with a 16.77, 15.81 on a 15.35. Actually, Justin moves up 3 spots with that one. Not too bad, really. Connor Jones, Lottie Bradford, Pinky Beetle. Connor looking for a 2010. Lottie looking for an 1830. Can I please have track? Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Lottie looking for an 1830, gets 1818. Breakout, a little bit too quick. Connor Jones, the right side though, goes 20.38 on a 20.10. Morgan Wilson, Phil Jones, next pair. Amy looking for 1790. And Phil looking for 1445. So Phil crosses the line now, goes 14.58 on a 45. Moves up to number 7, and Morgan Wilson goes 18.05 on a 17.90. She moves up 10 to number 9. Graham Fairhead, Jonathan Newell. Graham Fairhead, 11.26 on a 25, goes to number 1 with that one. Very nice job indeed. 14.83 at 88 miles now in the Autogonna lane. But Graham Fairhead moves to number 1. Drops Luke Stevenson to number 2. This, of course, VW Pro. Right, in Dale with strip burner, Jake Fronda. Not with the Golf fan, but with the TT. Goes 11.68. That's a big old breakout on a 12.12 dial. And Ian Dale goes 13.70 on a 12.10. James Hodson and Jacob Bailey, your next pair. 10.72 plays 9.95. So both in pre-stage. James goes in. Jacob goes in. all about the numbers at the stripe, of course. Jacob currently 4, James currently number 9. And no change. Breakout for James Hodson goes 10.70 on a 72. It's only a 200s breakout, but a breakout's a breakout. And Jacob goes 10.48 on a 9.95. No help to him. He'd already been closer. So net end result, they both stay put. Oh. Let's see. Luke Stevenson. The dragster was number 1. Darling remains 850. Went 856 earlier on. Going alongside Phil Blogg, the debt collector. Looking for 1160. Very nice looking launch there for Luke. Is he going to break out? That would be awesome if he does. Oh, he has! 8.45 for Luke Stevenson. Another PB for Luke. Well done. 155 mile an hour. 12.84 for Phil Blogg. Actually moves up from 10 to 8 with that one. But well done, Luke. 8.45. So current racing then, 10.80 with the Beetle. Going alongside Charlie Roberts. Number 3 qualifier with the up. Right, if anybody from Lottie Bradford's crew could go to the top end to pick Lottie up, she can't get back to the pits. So 10.41 for Sam Young. And Charlie goes 12.30, so no hell for either of those two. Right, we move on into Supercomp. Yeah, once again, if we can just have somebody from Lottie Bradford's crew could head to the top end and tow her back to the pit so she can't get back under her own power. Supercomp. Now then, anything better than 8.96 will give them the number 1 spot, which is currently held by the guy in the other lane, Paul Hudson. But then if Paul improves, whoever gets closest to 8.90 will be in the pound seats. .887 breakout for Paul Hudson, a bit too quick, had a 0-1 light as well there. Al Schofield 9.10, no help for either of them, they stay put. Al 5, Paul number 1. Right, the two Steves then. Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered alongside Steve Field with Blackpink 2. As I say, commiserations to Darryl and Sarah Howes with the chemical reaction slingshot dragster. The engine, unfortunately, shouldn't have a hole in the side of the block, so they are out for the weekend. But as we said earlier on, that engine had served them incredibly well over the years. And a donation to the engine gods in the sky. So let's see how these two get on then. Steve Field actually hasn't had a number on the board yet. Oh, that's right, he went before the tree activated in round 1. No such problems this time round. A 0-1 light as well. I don't think he's trying to back off for an 890 though. 873. But he gets it qualified. 9:01 for Steve Hudson. No help for him. He stays number 2 from his previous. Bruce Harvey with the Greenpeace Racing Golf. His first timed run of the day, going alongside Nigel Gregson with the Octavia. Nigel currently number 16. Ran a 16.23. Dialing this time 16 flat. And Bruce 10.45. That's a rather quick number for VW. Maybe I was going to say 10.45 is a bit quick. Changed to 16.45. That's where I thought it should be. But the timing crew were on that one. $16.32 plays a 16.34. Nigel the right side goes from 16 to 9, and Bruce slots in at number 22. John Crawford and Thomas Circuit up next. Craw Dog looking for 15.45. And Thomas's target is 18.51. Yep, John Crawford pulling away. Now then, 15.45. Gets a 15.59. I don't know if that's going to help him that much. Thomas, oh, it does. Moves it up from 13 to 3. Thomas goes 19.02. Moves up from 19 to 14. Darren Walsh and Laurie Anslow, your next pair. Mark 1 Golf GTI looking for 16.88. Laurie looking for 15.60. Off they go. Good light for Laurie there. 0.5. $16.91 plays a 16.99. 16.99 goes to number 3 with that one. Very nice indeed there for Darren Walsh. Laurie resides at number 18. All right, Nigel Coulson with the Seat, currently number 15, and Martin Ayton, the son of Homer's Revenge, Apollo, looking for 15.69, and the Seat wanting a 14.30. All right, Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug, and Paul Robinson with the TT, your next pair. 13.70 plays 14.69. Oh, just wait for Paul to come up to the line. Oh, both in pre-stage. Both in stage. Tree counts them down. 1 green, 1 red. $13.74 and $14.74 for those two. How about Polly Judge and Steve Stone? Can we have Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please? Super Comp, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Polly Judge dials a 15.86. Steve Stone dials 15.58. Right, Steve Stone going to get there first. How close to 15.58 is he going to get? He breaks out, 15.63. And no, Steve Stone's actually the right side. 500ths off, 21 to number 3. Polly, no real help there, 16.87 on a 15.86. Still quite a few VW Sportsman cars to come through. This is Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II Golf against the Audi TT of Justin. Did I actually get a message from Justin earlier? Apparently Red Dwarf is still out of commission at the moment. Mind you, he's enjoying driving with this one, so happy days. Right, Andrew goes through with a 16.77, 15.81 on a 15.35. Actually, Justin moves up 3 spots to that one. Not too bad, really. Connor Jones, Lottie Bradford, Pinky Beetle. Connor looking for a 2010. Lottie looking for an 1830. Can I please have track... Comp Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? So Lottie looking for an 1830, gets 1818. Breakout, a little bit too quick. Connor Jones, the right side though, goes 20.38 on a 20.10. Morgan Wilson, Phil Jones, next pair. Amy looking for 1790. And Phil looking for 1445. So Phil crosses the line now, goes 1458 on a 45. Moves up to number 7, and Morgan Wilson goes 1805 on a 1790. She moves up 10 to number 9. Graham Fairhead, Jonathan Newell. Graham Fairhead, 11.26 on a 25, goes to number 1 with that one. Very nice job indeed. 1483 at 88 miles now in the Autogram lane. But Graham Fairhead moves to number 1. Drops Luke Stevenson to number 2. This, of course, VW Pro. All right, Ian Dale with a strip burner. Jake Fronda. Not with the Golf fan, but with the TT. Goes 11.68. That's a big old breakout on a 12.12 dial. And Ian Dale goes 13.70 on a 12.10. James Hodson and Jacob Bailey, your next pair. 10.72 plays 9.95. So both in pre-stage. James goes in. Jacob goes in. all about the numbers at the stripe, of course. Jacob currently 4, James currently number 9. And no change. Breakout for James Hodson goes 10.70 on a 72. It's only a 200s breakout, but a breakout's a breakout. And Jacob goes 10.48 on a 9.95. No help to him. He'd already been closer. So net end result, they both stay put. Oh. Let's see. Luke Stevenson. The dragster was number 1. Darling remains 850. Went 856 earlier on. Going alongside Phil Blogg, the debt collector. Looking for 1160. Very nice looking launch there for Luke. Is he going to break out? That would be awesome if he does. Oh, he has! 8.45 for Luke Stevenson. Another PB for Luke. Well done. 155 mile an hour, 12.84 for Phil Blogg. Actually moves up from 10 to 8 with that one. But well done, Luke. 8.45. So current racing then, 10.80 with the Beetle. Going alongside Charlie Roberts. Number 3 qualifier with the up. Right, if anybody from Lottie Bradford's crew could go to the top end to pick Lottie up, she can't get back to the pits. So 10.41 for Sam Young. And Charlie goes 12.30, so no hell for either of those two. Right, we move on into Supercomp. Yeah, once again, if we can just have somebody from Lottie Bradford's crew could head to the top end and tow her back to the pit so she can't get back under her own power. Supercomp. Nothing anything better than an 8.96 will give them the number 1 spot, which is currently held by the guy in the other lane, Paul Hudson. But then if Paul improves, whoever gets closest to 8.90 will be in the pound seats. 8.87 breakout for Paul Hudson, a bit too quick, had a 0-1 light as well there. Al Schofield 9.10, no help for either of them, they stay put. Al 5, Paul number 1. Right, the two Steves then. Steve Hudson with the intravenous altered alongside Steve Field with Blackpink 2. As I say, commiserations to Daryl and Sarah Howes with the chemical reaction slingshot dragster. The engine, unfortunately, shouldn't have a hole in the side of the block, so they are out for the weekend. But as we said earlier on, that engine had served them incredibly well over the years. And a donation to the engine gods in the sky. So let's see how these two get on then. Steve Field actually hasn't had a number on the board yet. Oh, that's right, he went before the tree activated in round 1. No such problems this time round. A 0-1 light as well. I don't think he's trying to back off for an 8.90 though. 8.73. But he gets it qualified. 9:01 for Steve Hudson. No help for him. He stays number 2 from his previous 8:97. Next up after Super Comp is Street Eliminator. All right, just a little pause at the moment.
Oh, Tico, Tico, Town. This Tico, Tico, he's a cuckoo in my car. he's a cuckoo in my car.
Blah, 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 blah. Right, then, a bit of an update for you good folks out there. Those of you who've been watching what's been happening on the track have noticed that the Bluebird has been out, so we are not far away at all. If you want to watch some racing, you will need to get back onto the banking. You need to get into the grandstands. About 5-10 minutes tops, we will be continuing with qualifying. We're going into Top Fuel Bike. And then after that, we will finish off the Pro Mod session. So that's what's going to be happening. It's going to be Top Fuel Bike followed by Pro Modify. We've still got quite a few more classes to get through. But around about 5 to 10 minutes tops, going to be Top Fuel Bike followed by the end of the Pro Modified session. Actually, in fact, Top Fuel Bike just coming around the corner now. So get yourselves onto the grandstands. Get yourselves back on the banking. Top Fuel Bike actually just coming around underneath the tower, so it's going to be less than 5 minutes. So it'd be a very good idea to get into position. Needs to say these will be the last qualifiers that these machines do today, and it will be Steve Woollatt going alongside Neil Midgley. So that's the first pair, and then Rennie van der Berg and Al Smith going to be the second pair. Quite crucial because I've only got 2 bikes qualified at the moment, so first pair is very, very crucial indeed to get into eliminations for tomorrow. Then we got the Pro Mods. We've got 3 cars left to run. You've got Wayne Nicholson down there, and then, of course, Bobby Wallace and Nick Davis. So that's where we are. Hold on tight. We are very, very close indeed. In actual fact, our start line crew, start line marshals are in position. And medics are in position at the top end. I think the bikes are pretty much in position as well. They're ready to go. The riders are suited, booted, and Neil Midgley is astride the bike as it is. And just looking down below us there, Steve Woollatt next to the dealer machine down there. In actual fact, there we go. Engines fired. We continue our qualifying here at the STP Summer Nationals. Top fuel bike, Q number 2. So well, no tyre smoke on the back. As Steve Willett does his burnout, just goes over the start line by about 20 foot, so not too far to push him back. So both of these two need to get a number on the board then. So Steve Willett on the dealer, Neil Midgley, Cannon Engineering Puma. It's all about Steve Willett as he goes through with a 6:13. Oh, what a stonking run that was, 216 miles an hour. Quickest pass from Steve for quite a while, my goodness me. That just went 103 to 60 foot, 397 at 187 at the 8th, and 6:13, 216 at the stripe. Neil Midgley goes through at 12:37, 61 miles an hour at the stripe. He went 102 to 60 foot, 296 to 330, but was off the throttle by then. But, wow, Steve Willett was not expecting one quite that quick, actually, but there we go. Goes to show the track certainly got everything, and Steve has certainly tuned the bike to perfection for this weekend. So excellent run there. And, of course, into the number 1 spot for Steve Willett. Right, so still one pair to go. Rene van der Berg and Al Smith. Now, what was interesting about that top fuel bike in ACU, Steve Willett leads Neil Midgley by 5 points in the Top Fuel Championship. Right, so just on pause just for a second. Spotters out at the top end. So just wait for them to give us the all clear. So as we stand at the moment then, Steve Willett, as we know, has just gone through with a 6:13 with a 6. Al Smith sitting at number 2 with a 6:15 with a 4. Neil, we just saw go through with that 12, and Rene on a 16, but Rene has got a number on the board, which is the important thing for him. Just a reminder, after Top Fuel Bike, it will be Pro Modified. And a whole gaggle of bikes have appeared in the lanes as well. We still have to come Super Street Bike, 850 bike, 950 bike, ET bike, comp bike, funny bike. And then to get through Q2 for our sportsman classes, we still obviously have Sportsman ET, Super Gas, and the Wild Bunch for our four-wheeled racers. Well, whilst it's whilst it's a little bit quiet just before engine start, or we continue. And don't forget, next weekend, Dragstalgia, 3-day event, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you haven't already got your tickets, make sure you get them. That is going to be a phenomenal event. Really, really looking forward to that one. And that's all I can get out because engines have just started underneath us. Al Smith, Rene van der Berg. Last pair to run in Top Fuel bike. So same process as before. Rene does his burnout, goes over the start line. Al Smith does a much shorter burnout with the rocket. So as Rene's now being pushed back, Al will start his burnout any moment now. The idea being that they meet at the start line together. So Al Smith on the rocket in the Kestrel beer lane. Rene van der Berg on his machine in the Autoglim lane. They're qualified 2 and 4 at the moment. Where are they going to end up? It's all about Rene. This one, he can keep it away from the centre line. He does. Goes through with a 6:05. Oh my goodness me, 246 miles an hour at the stripe. Al Smith didn't even reach 60 foot there, unfortunately. Lost drive completely, the engine shut off. But Rene van der Berg, 6:05, 246 miles an hour. My goodness me, what a session for Top Fuel bike that was. Steve Willett, 6:13. And then Rene, 6:05. Oh, Al, gutted for you, mate. One of those things. But that set the scene beautifully for tomorrow. Goodness me. Well, as Al's bike being pushed back, it's an absolute engineering masterpiece, the rocket. Okay, so we continue then. Back to Motorsports UK Pro Modified. It's going to be Wayne Nicholson with the Lucky Devil coming around the corner. He's going into the Kestrel beer lane underneath the tower. Right, can we have Funny Bike into the pairing lanes, please? Funny Bike. Need you into the pairing lanes, please. Right then, Wayne Nicholson has the track to himself, currently sitting in the number 5 spot with a 6.30. has he got for us this time out? ...104 to 60 foot, and that is looking straight and true. What's he got? What's he got? Well, he's got 650, 217 miles an hour. And that's right. The 8th was 426 at 175. But the way the car launched was superb. 104 to 60 foot. 175, 426 at the 8th, 650, 217. Actually, I was watching the car, not the screens, to look at the numbers that time round. All look pretty good to me. Right, last pair. It's going to be Bobby Wallace taking on taking on Nick Davis. So number 1 at the moment, Andy Robinson with that 6:08. Nick Davis is number 2, 6:11. Bobby Wallace is 6:16. So 4 up to 8 is not going to change. It's the order of the top 3. Well, very interesting to see which combination is going to work. Number 1 qualifier, Andy Robinson, a supercharged car. Number 2, Nick Davis, the turbo car. Number 3, Bobby Wallace, the nitrous car. Which one of them is going to end up the number 1 qualifying spot? It literally could be any one of the 3. All of the 3 cars, including Andy, that's already have run in the 5s. 6:08 is your number 1 spot at the moment, but if Bobby or Nick can run to form, they could take that number 1 away. But let's see. Final pair in Pro Modified. Oh, great looking run side by side. Both in the 3s to the 60 foot. And it is Bobby Wallace that takes the number 1 spot, 5.93 at 241. Nick Davis goes 5.98 at 242. So there you have it. Bobby Wallace is your number 1 qualifying Pro Modified. Nick Davis is number 2, side by side, 5.9s. And it's going to be Andy Robinson that's going to be starting from the number 3 spot. But wait, we've got one more car to come. It is Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird. Now, what's he got for us? I didn't see Kev in the race a moment ago, but he's there. My apologies for missing him out. Right, okay, nervous time then. 7.30 is the bump spot for Pro Mod. But we've already got 8 cars, so we're okay. We're not going to lose the number 8 qualifier. 8 cars qualified is basically where Kev Slyfield ends up. 652 was his number. But I must admit, I didn't see him in the lanes. He must have been tucked round the back. I didn't think he was going to make this session, but he has. So, is there a final twist in the plot? So Bobby is number 1. Nick is number 2. Andy number 3. Kev currently number 7. .97 to 60 foot. He's got his foot welded to the floor. Is it? Oh, he clicked it early. It was looking great. It was a 387, 187 miles an hour to the 8th, but clicked it early. 624, 179. He does actually move up from 7 to 5, but oh boy, I thought Kev was on a stormer on that run, but alas, clicked it early. So it stays as it was. So Bobby, he's your number 1 qualifying Pro Mod. Bobby Wallace, congratulations to them. Number 2 will be Nick Davis. Number 3, Andy Robinson. Right, we move to Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. Now then, a very interesting first session that we had. 12 bikes put numbers on the board, 3 of them in the 6s. 2 of those were in the 6.8s and the other one was in the 6.7s. First up, Mark Dainty, Steve Wood. Wow, Mark Dainty had a huge wheel stand off the line in Q1. Literally just coasted across the line in 15 seconds. And Steve Wood, the bike did leave the line, but if I remember rightly, it didn't reach 60 foot. So issues for both of these guys in Q1. Much better for Q2 though. Mark Dainty looking good, heading towards the stripe already, gets there with a 7.14 at 200 miles an hour. Steve Wood coasts across the line there, 11.05 at 76, but he's qualified in the number 12 spot at the moment. Mark Dainty moves up to number 5. How about this for a pairing then? Danny and Steve. Danny Lenks, number 1 at the moment, 6.78. Steve Venables, 6.87. Sitting in the number 3 spot. Fair to say that Daniel has been on top form this season. Even in testing yesterday, had 4 runs and all of them were 6.8s. Absolutely staggering. Steve Venables, 6.87, his current marker. 1:18 60 foot for Daniel. Oh, this is an epic pairing. Oh my goodness me, look at the numbers. 6.72 for Daniel Lenks, 6.78 for Steve Venables. 2.23 plays 2.21. I believe that is the quickest side-by-side super street bike in Europe ever. 6.72, 6.78. Oh my goodness me. Top draw stuff from Super Street Bike. And we got a long way to go. Mark Hope and Rodolfo Maduro up next. Mark Hope, 7.51. Rodolfo currently on a 10.31. Forget what Rodolfo ran earlier. It's all about what you can do now. Well, both powering onto the stripe. Mark Hope goes 7.31, 1.98, moves up to number 7. Rodolfo, 8.05, moves up from 11 to 10. All right, Steve Mead, Dave Smith. Steve Mead in the number 8 spot at the moment, 7.42. Dave Smith, 12.26. Well, now's the time to shine, Steve. Now's the time to get a good number on the board for Dave. We know the track is holding everything at the moment, as been witnessed already by some incredible numbers. Steve Mead having a couple of issues, but Dave Smith on a good looking run here. 7.16 for Dave Smith. It's been a while since he's been that quick. 2.03 at the stripe. Well done, Dave. Absolutely brilliant job. Brilliant job. 7.94 at 1.92 for Steve Mead. But 7.16, 2.03 for Dave Smith. Right, 30 Martina. 9.92 in Q1, but it's Jake Michelle. Let's see what Jake has got for us. He's in the number 3 spot, 6.86 at the moment. We know Jake's bike is super quick over the first eighth. It's how it handles the second eighth. will determine the run. 992. We know he can go way quicker than that. Going to be looking at both lanes. Oh, bit of wheel spin there for Jake. 123 to 60. Sticking with it. Still goes 738, 172. But a little bit of wheel spin off the line. Paid to setting a super quick run there. 30 goes through with a 1092 at 78 miles an hour. Jake goes through there 738, 172. Well, surely a contender to be the next member of the 6 Second Club in Super Street Bike has got to be Ross Morrison. He's number 4 at the moment, 7:09. He has been 7:0, but would love to see a 6. Going alongside Gary Bowe, number 10 at the moment, 7:55. He's been in the 6s before. Interesting, Alan Morrison not taking part in this session. So he's down to Ross. All right, so Gary Bowe, 122 to 60 foot. That is quick for that bike. Or 7:01 at 182. He just clicked it slightly early at the stripe, but does move up to the number 4 spot. Oh, so close to being back in the 6s, but 7:01, 182. The terminal speed there, just an indication of that you clicked it slightly early. Side by side in Super Street Bike history. Outstanding. Right, we move on. This is 850 bike. And number 16 man, Jonathan Hines at the moment. Going alongside, I think that's Joe Elliott, sure. But, 863, nice move there for Jonathan Hines, moves up from 16 to 8. And 874, 155 in the Autoglim lane. All right, next up then, this is number 16 and number 17 qualifiers there. Josh Stubbins, currently in the number 16 spot and a 9:01. And then it's Patrick Rawnsley. He's currently number 17 man on a 9:21. So 850s or above, the order of the day. Josh away very nicely indeed. Patrick closing in though. 885 for Josh, moves up to 15, but Patrick 869 at 163. Who moves up from 17 to number 10. So 885 plays 869. Right, Keith Wright, number 19 at the moment, and Dan Death currently number 3 on that 855. Well, Keith actually bought the run. He did have a bit of a moment, it just didn't hook up properly and go. 868 for Dan. He's already gone 855, so no help for him. And Keith Wright coast across the line at 36 miles an hour, so he'll take the first exit. Next up then, Steve Howe, Lewis Burgess, number 20 and number 18 qualifiers at the moment. Well, we know Steve Howe's got the performance in the bike as he broke out. It went a little bit too quick in Q1. Oh, Steve Howe getting very close to the centre line. Goes 8.98, moves up to number 18. Lewis drops to number 19 with a 9.06. So 9.06 at 154 and 8.98 at 150. Martin Hallett.
What do we got here? This is the most.
So birthday boy Martin Hallett, I should say. 34 today, congratulations to him. Going alongside J. Rowe, number 4 qualifier at the moment on an 8.55. Martin currently on an 8.69. Oh, J. Rowe a little bit too quick there. 8.45, he breaks out. Martin Hallett though moves up a spot. He goes 8.66 at 154. Paul Adams and your number 1 qualifier at the moment, Ian Critchlow. He's the man that's hit the 850 and number 1 qualifier because of that. So Paul Adams, number 16 on an 887. Critch goes 8.54, 8.89 for Paul Adams. They stay put. Critch stays number 1, Paul Adams stays number 16. Michael Piggott, number 5 at the moment, going alongside Andy Haley, number 6. Both of them in the 8.5s already. But can they improve? 8.57 for Michael, 8.59 at the moment for Andy. .47 breakout for Andy Haley, but Michael Piggott moves up to number 3 with that one. 8.55, 158, but a little bit too quick. 8.47, 157. Yeah, for Andy Haley. Right, Craig Wright. I think he's the only rider left that's broken out now. No, sorry, wrong bike. Gary Malone. It's a very similar looking bike, actually. Gary Malone, the Hayabusa. He's currently number 12 on 8.72. And how about Andrew Mustafi? 8.51 with a 7. .852, he's consistent. If anything, Andrew stays number 2. That run would have kept him number 2 as well. So look, 8.61, 161 miles an hour in the Kestrel Lane. All right, next up, Alan Morrison and Stacey Reid. Alan Morrison on an 8.59 with a 9. Stacey in the 8.8s. .54 plays 8.75. Alan Morrison moves up to number 3. Stacey Reid moves up to number... Oh, screen changed too quick. Let's have a look. Yeah, Stacey moves up to number 15. So, as I said a moment ago, Craig Wright, the only one that's qualified under 850 index, so he's bottom of the pile at the moment, number 21. And Jazz Cordell and we'll get a number on the board this time round. Which will mean there'll be 22 bikes qualified instead of the 21 that I've got at the moment. 8:54 for Jazz. Oh, awesome run. Craig Wright, a bit too quick once again. 8:48 at 1:59. But Jazz Cordell, 8:54 with a 1. She goes in at number 3. Alex Gordon, currently number 11, on an 8:63. Oh, front wheel comes up just past the 60 foot, but well ridden by Alex, brings it back down. It's going to hurt the ET a little bit though. Yeah, 9:14, 155. Glenn goes, one of those things. So that's 8:50 bike done on to right, so still to come then, 950 bike, ET bike, comp bike, funny bike, sportsman ET, super gas and wild bones to wrap up Q2. Yeah, 22 bikes in the end in 850 bike. 21 of them got the right side of the class index. Just Craig Wright was the only one that was under. Okay, so 850 bike is done. 950 bike next up. Dave Hall and Brad Head, the first pair, currently 4 and 8. So the artist at the moment sitting on a 965. Brad is on 1006. Don't forget, they've only had one qualifier so far. This is their second. And it's a 970 for 7 on a 10:01. And a 986 is time for Rob Stanley, moves him up from 7 to 6. Baritz Sawatsky 959 with a 9, moves him up from 3 to number 2. Andy Head, your number 1 qualifier, 951 with a 5 at the moment. He's in the Auto Glim lane, going alongside Dion Hartley, 972, his current number, in the number 5 spot. Looking good at the stripe. Andy Head goes 962, stays number 1. Dion 972, stays number 5. Steve Jackson, currently number 9 on that 1056. Carl Thomas, number 3 on a 962. Steve's in the Kestrel Beer lane. Carl is in Auto Glim. Carl Thomas gets there first, 950 with a 6, takes number 1 spot there. Oh, Carl Thomas, great run. Steve Jackson moves up from 9 to 6, goes 973. Right, Brett Cordell. Brett just wanted me to pass on his massive, massive thanks to everybody at Santa Pod Raceway, to the medical crews, to the track crew, and also Sister set up a GoFundMe page, and without the extra funds that generated, Brett wouldn't be back here this weekend. The care that he received from the track crew and, of course, the medical crew when he had his massive wheel stand, which pitched him off the bike last time out. He's very humble. Nice lad. Got a lot of breaks out. Goes 9.46 with a 9 at 144. But Brett is back, and massive thanks to everybody at Santa Pod Raceway, especially the medical teams and the track crew for looking after him so well, and of course the great spectators that chipped into the repair fund to get the bike back. Right, we move on to ET Bike. Patrick de Lange from the Netherlands, along with his countryman Travis Mariet. The numbers then: 901 for Patrick, 870 for Travis. Both go red, that doesn't matter. Now Travis going to get there first, looking for that 870, gets a 906, but moves up actually from 21 to 11, but from 22 to 9, Patrick goes 920 at 156 on that 901 dial-in. Patrick Linares and Gary Hester next up. Patrick currently number 19. Gary number 12. The dial-ins: 1140 plays 875. So it should be Gary to the top end first. He's in the auto glim lane. Oh, unfortunately, Patrick moved about 4 inches. Now the bike gets going, so the number's not really going to be representative of what he can run. And Gary Hester is off the throttle way before the stripe. So he coasts across with a 12.45, and Patrick a 17.10. So not representative of what they can run, so they stay put. Carl Hester going alongside Phil Pratt. Carl dialing in 1090, Phil a 907. So Phil to the stripe goes, 9.14, stays number 4. Carl Hester does move up from 18 to 13 with an 11.30. Next up, Liam Holgate for Rugrat Racing. He's in the number 7 at the moment, but number 1 qualifier, Michelangelo on the GSXR, looking for a 9.10. He went 9.12 in Q1. Oh, 008 light for Liam. Nicely done, sir. But Michelangelo, what's he got for us? Goes 9.38. Not quite as good as he was first time round. Liam goes 9.69 at 135. Unfortunately, a 600s breakout. So, Roxalvin Augusta from the Netherlands, currently in the number 21 spot. And the Rensko Racing, it's Anna. She's number 2 at the moment, 9.53. Well, Roxalvin trying to get the feet on the pegs. I'm not sure if managed to do it or not. Anna Sashkat goes 9.79 at 151, but Roxalvin moves up 9.23 on that 9 flat. Moved up to number 11. All right, Dave Grundy, birthday boy from yesterday, going alongside Michael Gooding. Dave currently number 10, dials in a 10.52. Michael Gooding currently number 6, and he dials a 905. Well, the front wheels kept coming up today, so back to out of the run, 9.15 for Michael Gooding. Stays 6. Dave Grundy eventually crossed the line with a 12.98, and he stays at number 10. Right, Jake Bowden and Bill Marsh. Now then, Bill hasn't got a number on the board yet, so it's a crucial one for him. Dialing of 9 flat, going alongside Jake Bowden, dialing in 11.98. $10.69 for Bill Marsh, gets in at number 20. Jake Bowden goes 11.91. That's a breakout by 7/100ths. Stays number 5. Well, in case you hadn't already guessed, the time now, 20 past 6. We're not going to get Q3 in at all, so that has actually been annulled officially. So what we've got left today for you is the continuation of ET Bike. We'll be moving into Comp Bike, Funny Bike, and then that'll be the end of the bikes for today, as Will Pickering and Justin Moulton put their final runs of the day in. Justin not going to get the 11.60, but 11.50 the target for Will Pickering. Gets breakout 11.44, just a bit too quick there. Yeah, so it's ET Bike that we're in at the moment, followed by Comp Bike, Funny Bike, and then to finish off the day, Sportsman ET, Super Gas, the Wild Bunch, and then the last run of the day will be Martin Hill with Fire Force. So you're going to see the jet car once again. Peter Harrison and Matt Jones, your next pair. Peter currently number 8 on a 1085. Matt Jones dials a 9 flat, and he's in number 15. So Matt Jones going to get there first, goes, oh, look at this, 9 flat, he hits it. And Peter Harrison goes 1086 on 85. Hello to number 1 and number 2 qualifiers there. Matt Jones number 1, Peter Harrison number 2. Matt Jones hits his number bang on. Nice job, guys, well done. Well, that's changed things around a bit. Right, Blade looking for an 11.94. Who's he got for company? Somebody's down there. I can hear the burnout, but I can't see the bike yet. Alfie Udall on that rather unique Harley. Did unfortunately lose fire. He needs to get a number on the board here. I think they're going to send Blade on his way and then let Alfie follow. $12.21 to 103. Blade moves up from 18 to 13. Right, Alfie needs to get the run on the board. Just get the bike qualified. Oh, it's engine's cut out once again. Give it one more go. One of those things that can start up every time on the button in the pits when he wants to come down to the start line, and to want to play ball sometimes. It's one of life's mysteries. It really is. Why sometimes they work perfectly and other times they just don't want to go at all. Oh, it's a great shame for Alfie. Great looking machine as well. A lot of engineering, a lot of brilliant work's gone into that. But unfortunately the bike not doing what it's intended to do. So Alan Davis alongside Scott Collier. Alan currently number 17 spot, Scott number 5. The dial-ins for these two then, 12.35 for Alan, 9.60 for Scott. Good looking run here for Scott. Now how well has he judged it? Oh my goodness me! He's hit it absolutely bang on. And that is perfect ET. Perfect ET for Scott Collier. Jerry, perfect ET, perfect ET. Oh, absolutely superb. Perfect ET for Scott. He's number 1 qualifier and he takes the money. Ah. Oh, well worth it. Right, Robbie Dobby and Jack Hartley. The dial-ins end, 10.21 and 10.05. $10.22 for Robbie, look at that. He's only 100th off. And a 10.35. God, it's all changing around. It's unbelievable. But I hope Jerry Collier is making his way up to the tower because he's got some money to collect for Scott for the perfect ET. I think he ran over here, but I haven't seen him come up the stairs yet. We don't know. He's trying to find his way around, I think. I didn't see him go anywhere else, so we've lost him. We've lost Jerry. Right then, this is Comp Bike. John McLean Sr. And unfortunately, I'm not sure who's in the other lane. It hasn't appeared on the timing screen. Whoever it is, on an absolute flyer. That's 766. Good enough for number 1. I just don't know who it is. All right, next up then, Chris Neary and Mick Wynyard. All right, heads up class. Bump spot, 863. These two are both in. Very close to the centre line there for Chris Neary, but steers it away and actually improves. 791 moves up to number 3. Mick Wynyard goes 803, his best, but still drops a spot from number 3 to number 4. Leo Lester, currently number 7 on 846, but on the outside looking in, Jordan Kenway. Needs to better 863, otherwise he's going to be on the outside. Let's say we do need to double check on that first bike, because we've got suspicion it may be the same bike as the one that qualified number 2. So Leo Lester, what's he got for us then? 833. Stage number 7. Jordan goes through with a 9.27, his best of the day. Stage number 9. Len Padgett and Graham Dance. Now then, Graham did get off the line, but that's about as far as it went. So a big shrug of the shoulders from Graham after Q1. Bike just did not want to play. So he hasn't got a number on the board yet. Critical for him. Needs to go quicker than 8.63. Len's already done that. He's in the number 6 spot with an 8.32. This time it's Len with the problem, but manages to keep the bike running. Off he goes for Graham Dance. 7.44, 194 mile an hour. Literally the outhouse to penthouse run there from nowhere into number 1. Well done, Graham. 10.37, 179 there for Len. So that is a wrap for Combike. Last bike class to run today then, it is Funny Bike. And that will be followed by Sportsman ET, Supergas, the Wild Bunch and the Jet Car. And once again, I thought Jerry Collier was going to be making his way up to the tower, but we lost him. But congratulations to Scott Collier, who takes the perfect ET money in ET Bike. So well done to Scott. If you make your way up to the tower and collect some funds from Eurodragster.com, Simon Groves. All right, we look down to Funny Bike. It's going to be Louis Davis alongside Lorcan Parnell. So Louis Davis is your number 1 qualifier at the moment, a 7.02 in Q1. Lorcan currently number 3, a 7.64. Oh, great looking run for both of them. Outstanding run for both of them. And look at the numbers for Lorcan Parnell. 6.54 with a 9. 207 miles an hour. Louis Davis in the 7.0s once again. 7.06 at 176. But what a run from Lorcan Parnell. 6.54, 207. When that bike hooks and goes, it is absolutely on one, and that proved it. 6.54, 207, absolutely outstanding run. Oh, happy days for the team without a shadow of a doubt. Right, next up then, Roger Moore on the Boxer Frogs racing bike. And who's directly below? Eric Ricard. Made the journey over here from France to be with us this weekend. So Eric on a 7.62 at the moment in the number 3 spot. Rog currently number 6 on an 8.41. Well, Rog drifting towards the centre line, so I had to back out of the run. But a 7:21 for Eric Rickard. Stays in the number 3 spot, but puts a slightly quicker run in. Rog goes through there with a 9:25 at 88 miles an hour. But as I say, drifting towards the centre line is either stay on the power, cross the line, or come off the power and not cross the line, and decided not to take the blocks out and stayed in his lane. Dave Peters on the Rigaboot Express, 8:05, currently in the number 4 spot. I think he's going to stay there because I can't remember Dave ever reaching 7:21, but he's capable of running in the 7s. And not only that, he's capable of winning race events as well, no matter where he qualifies. Well, a 142 to 60 foot. And he's drifting towards the centre line, but keeps it away. Goes 8:31 at 127. Okay, so that's a wrap for our 2-wheeled action for the day. Street Eliminator crews didn't see it go out, but they've just come back in. And you can see Mark Sheridan and Andy Bond making it back. As we turn our eyes to the track to see Sportsman ET. So we have got 3 car classes to go. Sportsman ET, Super Gas and the Wild Bunch. And don't forget, we've got a jet car to round off the day, Martin Hill with Fire Force. Well, your number 1 qualifier, Tom Atkinson, going alongside Clive Dandridge with the truck. Tom will just shoot off into the distance and then click it early, probably around about 900 foot out, coast across the line, and he did that to perfection in Q1. There you go, off the throttle, coasting again, goes 12:05 and a 12:94 for Clive Dandridge. Clive moves up from 17 to 6, and Tom, well, he's getting rather good at this, isn't he? 12:05 this time round. Right, let's have a look at your next pair then. Kirsty Tram, she's currently number 4. A dial in this time of 14:20. She went 14:23 in Q1. And it's Dominic Hensman. 16.1, the dial in with the Golf. He's currently number 21. Oh, lovely light from Kirsty there, but problems for Dominic. Not quite sure what happened there, whether his foot fell off the accelerator or it came out of gear or what, no idea. But Kirsty looking for a 14:20, gets a 14:08 breakout. Too quick. We know Dominic's not going to threaten a 16:10 on this one. Goes through with a 21.65. Right, 15:83 for Steve Mellors. Having dialed in a 16 something on the first run today. Going alongside Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. He dials 14:06. So Gary currently number 8, Steve Mellors currently number 22. Oh, nice light there from Gary. $14.06 is the target. 14.06 is the number. Gary Lake takes the number 1 spot away from Tom Atkinson. Not only that, Gary Lake, perfect ET. That's the second one of the day. Unfortunately, the money's already gone to Scott Collier, but well done to Gary Lake. 15.85 for Steve Mellors. He moves up to number 4 with that one. Cracking run for Steve, but the perfect run for Gary. Great pairing, that one. Next up, Felicity Gibbs and Chris Redshaw. Pick your Mustang. 17.25 for Flick. 15.51 for Chris. Hey, well done, Scott. Come to pick up his money. Well done, mate. Absolutely awesome. So, Chris Redshaw, 0-2 light. Now his target then, 15.51. Can he hit it? Nearly 15.53. Flick goes 17.30. Chris moves up from 5 to 3. Flick moves up from 18 to 9. Tell you what, they've only had 2 qualifiers, but goodness me, our races have been brilliant today. How about Jane McCready and Lee Huxley? Jane dialing in 15.91. Lee, it really was a finger in the air for the first one and see what it would run. But he has a bit of a clue this time. 14.40 he dials in with the Dark Horse Mustang. Although this one, not the Mustang he normally drives. But at least he found a Mustang to have a go in. So Lee's going to get to the stripe first. How well has he judged this one? 14.57, not bad for a strange car to him. 20 to 14. Jane goes 15.94 and a 91, moves up from 13 to 7. Well, Scott Collier has claimed his money, so well done to him. Next up, Al Medley with the Bad Penny Mustang taking on Georgina Smith with the GLA Racing Toyota Supra. 13.59 for Al, 15.95 for Georgina. Well, a tap on the roof to say, come on, off you go, as the reaction times weren't the best, but it doesn't matter. In racing, a recipe to lose your race, but qualifying is all about your ET. 14.23 plays a 15.90 breakout for Georgina. No improvement for Al, so Georgina stays 11, Al stays 13. Debbie Taylor with her Mustang. And another one out the Ford stable. This time it's a Focus. It's Brian Huxley. Someone tell Brian when he gets back to the pits that one of his brake lights isn't working. Just in case he drives it home. 18.95 darling for the Focus estate. And 13.50 for Debbie Taylor, the target for the Mustang. Oh, a bit of a stumble, a couple of stumbles actually for Debbie. Car not sounding healthy. Continuing on her journey, but certainly not flat out as she keeps close to the wall. Brian Huxley goes 19.03 on an 18.95 darling. Just 700ths off, and she moved. Debbie Taylor drops to 16 from 15 as Brian Huxley moves up from 19 to 14. That sounds like Ash in the Dream Wrecker. It is indeed, yeah. 13.50 for the Skyline. Going alongside Jill Medley with the Jeep Cherokee. 12.61 the darling. So Jill Medley currently number 20. Ash Simon's currently number 17. Well, Jill disappearing into the distance. 12.61 is her target. 12.56 breakout. 500ths too quick. And Ash goes 14.23. Did have a lot of wheel spin off the line after the car didn't quite launch how he wanted it to. So not enough power, then too much. Holly Walters, 15.65. And Michelle Walker, 15.26. So all the first night nerves have disappeared for Michelle now. She gets on with the business of getting the Mark 1 Cortina from A to B and as close to 15.26 as possible. And Holly Walters looking for a 15.65. $15.57 plays $15.93. They both stay put. Holly 19, Michelle 21. All right, Troy Attree then with the Camaro. Dialing in a 14.16. He's currently number 18. And Chris Cresswell, 15.30. So Chris is currently being out-qualified by 22 people, including his wife. We don't say that. Right, the dialing's end. 14.16 for Troy, 15.30 for Chris. 13.99 breakout and a 15.26 breakout for Chris. So Chris, the best he's going to do is number 23. But Chris's wife, Jamie, she's number 12. Dials in 18.05. Matt Halsall with the Moonshine Escort Mark II, 16.82. He's currently sitting in number 8. Well, I think Jamie did the dialing day, so it gives her a little bit of a clue what she's doing, but leaving the line beautifully. So she does 18.05, but Matt will get there first, looking for a 16.82. 16.84, nicely done. Oh, Jamie breaks out by just 0.03 of a second. 18.02 on an 18.05 dial. All right, next up, Paul Marston with the Fox Body Mustang. Target for Paul, 12.46. Real cool car, that. I do like it. So Sam bringing Paul up to the line. Currently number 4 qualifier as well. Went 12.50 in Q1. .06 off the line. Nicely done. And Paul crosses the line with a 12.40 breakout. But he stays in the number 4 spot. Absolutely brilliant job for Paul, for Sam, the whole team. I like that car. I do like that car. Right, we have just 2 classes to go. Super Gas and the Wild Bunch. And then the day will be rounded off with Martin Hill with Fire Force. Well, we were chatting amongst ourselves yesterday, you know what I mean by that, various chat around the pits. And we all thought that if we could get 2 qualifying sessions completed today, we'd be doing well. And that's exactly what we're going to end up with. And full credit to everybody today. Time now, 6:45 in the evening. So it'll be beer and barbecue o'clock after 7 o'clock. Don't forget live music in the pits tonight up in Pro ET. So make sure you check that out. And of course, all of our traders, well, food outlets in Fueler's Bar, fancy a pod pizza, noodles. Sasha's Diner open next to, well, just the other side of the toilet block, if you like. Sasha's Diner. Cracking food round there. And of course, Fueler's Bar itself. I wonder if Diana McRae will be having a drink for her birthday there tonight. That's the question. Will she have had too many drinks before she gets there? But to be able to celebrate your 50th birthday at the pod, well, don't know where I'd rather spend mine. Here we go then, last round of qualifying for Super Gas, and it is your number 1 man, Andy Harrison, with the Brute Force Sierra, going alongside the number 3 qualifier at the moment, John Giles. Throttle stops kick in, throttle stops release. 990, the aim of the game. A 987 breakout for John Giles, but look at that from Andy Harrison. Even better this time round, 9.9009. That's the 3rd perfect ET of the day. Not only that, O2 lights a pair. Well, Andy Harrison, if you can repeat that form all the way through, going to be an exceptionally tough customer to get round. So the 3rd perfect ET of the day, that one going to Andy Harrison. Right, talking of Andy's, here's another one. Andy Dibley with a Magic Rack Camaro. 10.08 in Q1, going alongside Richard Tunstall. 9.90. Should have been in Jazz in the car, but Jazz wasn't feeling 100%, so Richard's taken over the driving in Super Gas as well as Super Comp. .05 plays a 997. So Andy Dibley, 997, moves up to number 2. Richard Tunstall slots in at number 5. Oh, it's the brothers, Simon Fulton and Dave Fulton. I think, is this the first time they've raced each other this year? Well, lined up against each other this year. I know Simon's had a few issues transmission-wise and, well, parts-wise, shall we say. And Dave Fulton, is it for sale? Is it not for sale? I don't know. But anyway, 990s. Who's got the better race package here? Reaction time advantage to Simon Fulton, 02 against an 07. ET advantage, nothing in it. 10.03 a pair, but Simon Fulton goes in at number 4. Dave Fulton drops to number 5. So 10.03 for both of them. John Turner with the Greenfish Barracuda alongside Mark White with the FX Vega. Mark is on a 10.05, JT is on a 10.09. So Chalky lifts the front wheels up as he goes off the start line. 992 moves up to number 2 with that one. 10.52 for John Turner. Not quite where he wanted to be, but great run for Mark White there, 992. Pete Cresswell and Colin Morris. Colin currently number 9, Pete number 4. Right, we need some 9.9s from these two. They're both in the 10.0s. Oh, 001 red. Pete Cresswell. 024 the right side for Colin. Let's have a look at the ETs though. 9.97 with a 5 for both of them. But it was a 2 for... both disappeared off the screen too quick there. Alright, let's have a look to see who got what. Colin Morris got the 9.97 with a 2, puts him number 3. Andy Dibley had a 9.97 with a 5.6. Goes number 4. Then 9.97, 5.7 for Pete Creswell, number 5. Right, John Morton. He broke out in Q1. Needs to slow down just a fraction. Throttle stop kicks in. Now releases. Where's Mort going to end up? He's currently 11. Is he going to move up? He does to number 2. 9.909. Never, ever count out John Morton. 990 with a 9 moves up to number 2. Whoa, what a session that was. So we just have the Wild Bunch and Martin Hill with Fire Force at number 3 to finish off our day. Well, despite the weather interruption, it's been an excellent day of qualifying for the STP Summer Nationals. The dual fuel racing squad at the top of the grandstands. How can you not see them up there? All right, first up then, Bob Hawkins. Going to be going alongside the Rampage funny car. Phil is in the Auto Glim lane. Bob is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Okay, so Bob Hawkins looking for a 6.80. Phil James looking for a 9.53. Unfortunately, somebody's trying to FaceTime video me at the moment, but I can't take it because obviously I'm live on commentary. So, dear. I'll read that one out afterwards. So, Bob Hawkins, 6.80. Currently in the number 3 spot, went 6.95 in Q1. And Phil James. For this one, dials a 9.53. Went 9.71 in the earlier qualifying session. Good looking run there for Bob. Arrow straight. What's he got for a 690 at 193? Phil goes through with a 955 on a 53. Nicely done there, Phil. Just 200s off. So Phil James stays number 1, but Bob Hawkins moves up to number 2. Right, last car to put a qualifier. Sharon, no problem at all. Sorry, that caused a mistake. But I love the photograph you sent me, though. Do like that. Personally, I think we should run the next 2 cars side by side instead of letting them go one at a time. How about the slingshot of Rob Brown going alongside Martin Hill with 543? That would be fun. But no, it's not going to happen, obviously. I know Pete's up for that. He's definitely up for that. So Rob Brown dialing in an 869. And Pete, actually, it is happening, mate, because 543 has just come into position. Well, fair to say that Rebel behaved much better on that run than it had at the previous event. The new tyres are now bedding in nicely. The wheelie bar height, I think they may have adjusted it slightly. The Darling is 869. So the car's now settled down a bit. But the car was just so consistent before, and the only change they made was a set of new rear boots, and just upset the balance of the car. But looks like they've got around it now. That's looking much better. .881, not quite as quick as they'd be, but it was arrow straight, and that's what they were looking for. So well done to the Maras. Much better, much better. So Rob qualifies in the number 3 spot. Right, that's the end of qualifying. Just Fire Force 3 to go, and then that'll be a wrap for today. Time approaching 7 o'clock in the evening. Our scheduled finish time, if you looked at the run order, was 20 to 7. Yeah, we're 20 minutes behind, but unfortunately we lost a whole session due to the weather. But still 2 qualifiers for everybody. And looking at the weather forecast earlier on today and yesterday, would have taken that. So to wrap up our day then, Martin Hill, Fire Force number 3. After this, time to hit Fueler's Bar, time to hit the food courts, time to go back on the campsite, get yourselves ready to celebrate Diana McRae's birthday. I don't know if I've told anybody it's Diana's birthday. Photographer for Eurodragster.com. A good friend to a lot of people, and yeah, she's turned 50 today, but I apologise if I haven't told anybody yet today, but it is Diana's birthday. Well, wherever you end up this evening, I hope you have a nice time. Don't forget, it's eliminations tomorrow. Big points up for grabs for a lot of teams this weekend. The one that we really got to look at is 850 bike, because with so many riders competing in that this weekend, that's going to make life very interesting. If you get knocked out early, you're going to be cursing yourself. So we're going to be watching that intently. J Rowe leads 850 bike, and then Stacey Reed number 2, and then between 3 and 10 is less than 200 points, so it's going to be quite critical tomorrow's eliminations in 850 bike. So here we go then, the start procedure for Martin Hill. Those of you who've been tuned in via the internet, hope you've enjoyed the coverage from the STP Summer Nationals here at Santa Pod Raceway. I'd like to thank you for joining us online, wherever you are in the world. And I hope you will join us again tomorrow as well. Everybody that's on site here, pretty much guaranteed they're going to be back tomorrow. Don't forget, eliminations start 9:30 in the morning. Junior elimination round 1 by Pro ET and Super Pro. Okay, Richie says to Martin, wind it up, son, wind it up. Let's give him a show. Okay, so visor down. Give Richie a wave. He likes it when you wave back to him. Well, Richie stays on his feet this time. Martin Hill takes it all the way through to a 6:08 at 243 miles an hour to wrap our day up here. Very nice run indeed. Even though Richie was rather disgusted with him that he didn't have a chance to send him on his way himself. But Richie, the front man, the showman for Fire Force. Well done, buddy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you ever so much indeed for being with us today. We really appreciate you coming to see us. I'd imagine you're all going to be back here tomorrow. Don't forget, eliminations start at 9:30 in the morning. Have a great evening out there, wherever you end up. And we will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, it is Nitro FM at 96.2. They're going to take it away from now on. And we will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for eliminations for the STP Summer Nationals.